Cisco box.
Yeah.
We have one, we haven't used it yet.
Oh, actually. So just double checking the numbers to see if it needs to pay.
Oh, okay, yes.
No, I've given the same number, so I'm sure
Oh, okay. Unless what I did, no, I'm sure he did. He would have told me.
cheers, buddy.
Just leave it because I've got to plug him back in. It's not super Dell laptop yet. But I thought that was Jason's. It's not. Just leave that because I'll be working. Yeah. Good work, thank you.
Wait, Arse, I'm just going to send that home on myself. But I'll show you.
Oh, okay.
that's looking at the window. That's across the street.
And probably another extension here would be cool.
Yeah.
Let's have a look for big actually goes out for
Oh, no, I think so. But again, I remember when we stayed in London. Remember there was something wrong with our room, and they emphasised some upgrades. Pretty much 20 years. But,
New Zealand messaging me goes,
yes, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but no, it is nice. I don't think we've really had a chance to look at anything except for that was the one. Oh, I think on Wednesday I might have to go to Westminster and probably get this
As they started going to the casket, or even breaking
to the left of the trees?
Yeah.
Okay. Crikey, how do I get there?
You walk,
Definitely an incomer.
you walk down there.
Yes.
Right. It's not that far.
Yes, hello. Guten Tag. No, we'll do English. I have reasonable German, but no. I don't want to massacre your language.
I do feel sick with my
Your English is perfect, as so many Germans and Scandinavians and the Dutch, etc. are. So down there, all the way around, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
And then you can walk past this Royal High School.
Right.
You pass down there, and then you see the street there.
Yes. Ah, yes.
As you come along the corner, you walk back to the street, and
Yes.
there's somewhere halfway you will find it goes
Down.
Yeah.
And then up to there. So how long are you going to stay here? No, I mean, sorry, if you're just watching the portage to be gone and then
I don't know.
do you have, oh, listen to the director. So, I'm just interested, I'm always interested in the logistics. So you'll see him go, he'll go, and then you're going to pick up your thing and run something. Just done.
I don't know, just wait. Maybe it's show an overview.
Are you based in England? So extraordinary. I live such a mundane life in my little medieval town. It feels like, yeah, I don't know. It feels big coming out here. I just happened to be here to meet friends today. It's just a fluke. Well, what did you say? 1:35, 2:35. 2:35. I'll wait up here a while. So I'm going to go all the way down, walk along here, this path, the lower path, because I'm going to find somewhere down there, you say. Okay, brilliant. How have you done a recce? Recce? Reconnaissance. Have you done a recce? Have you made a reconnaissance? How would you say this in German? To do a recce. So when you go to a, crikey. Ugh. It's okay. To do a recce. So you come to a new place and you go and have a look around. Reconnaissance?
I've been to Edinburgh.
Sometimes you have to see to believe and witness history as it unfolds. When the news is breaking, watch with the newsroom of the Washington Post. We explain what's happening and why it matters. Thank you for choosing to watch the headlines as they're being written by our journalists. You can subscribe with a special offer at washingtonpost.com/watch. Subscribing through that link lets everyone here, from the front lines to the control room, know that you care about our continued efforts to inform the public, protect the First Amendment, and foster a healthy democracy. We could not do this without you.
And as I look to the future, I have no doubt at all that the one certainty is change, and the pace of that change will only seem to increase. This is true for all of us, young and old, or amongst the more vulnerable in society who worry that they will be left behind. The sheer rate of change seems to be sweeping away so much that is familiar and comforting. But I don't think that we should be over-anxious. We can make sense of the future if we understand the lessons of the past.
You're looking live at Holyrood House in Edinburgh, Scotland. The Queen's body arrived there Sunday after a 6-hour journey. This is day 4 of a kingdom mourning the passing of its longest reigning monarch, Queen Elizabeth II. Her son Charles ascending to the throne and beginning a tour around the United Kingdom to greet his new subjects. This is a live report from the newsroom of the Washington Post. I'm Rhonda Colvin. Today, King Charles III travels to Scotland to join a ceremonial procession with the Queen's coffin on this 4th day following his mother's passing at the age of 96. James Homan joins me today in the newsroom. As we wait for the processional of the Queen's casket to begin, let's look back at the events of the weekend. On Saturday morning, 10 a.m. London time, the Ascension Council gathered at London's St. James Palace to proclaim Charles king.
Aldermen and citizens of London and others, do now hereby, with one voice and consent of tongue and heart, publish and proclaim that the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George is now, by the death of our late sovereign of happy memory, become our only lawful and rightful liege lord, Charles III. God save the King!
Charles became king immediately following the death of his mother, Queen Elizabeth II. But the reading of the proclamation by the Garter King of Arms officially marked the occasion, along with a gun salute. King Charles III then addressed the Ascension Council. Also on Saturday, both houses of Parliament met to continue paying public tribute to the late Queen. Later, the new king hosted guests at Buckingham Palace, which included Prime Minister Liz Truss, members of her cabinet, leaders of the opposition political parties, and religious figures, including the Archbishop of Canterbury and the Dean of Westminster. And we also this weekend saw some of the first images of members of Queen Elizabeth's family, including brothers William and Harry together with their wives. Since the death of their grandmother, both couples stood outside Windsor Castle viewing condolences left and greeted the public. And yesterday, the Queen's coffin departed Balmoral Estate, traveling south to the Palace of Holyrood House in Edinburgh, where today's procession will begin around 9:30 a.m. Eastern. James, a lot has happened over the weekend. A lot will happen over the next few days. Can you walk us through some of the events that we can expect?
Over the course of her life, Rhonda, the Queen traveled more than 1 million miles. She made more than 250 state visits, visited more than 117 countries. And now she has begun her final journey, a 500-mile trek from her beloved estate in Balmoral, Scotland, where she died, to London, where she will then be taken to Windsor and buried next Monday next to her beloved husband, Philip, who died last year. Today, as you can see from the graphic on the screen, the Queen will have her casket taken from Holyrood Palace to St. Giles Cathedral. Now, for those who don't know Scotland's capital, Holyrood Palace is a 16th century palace that was built during the Middle Ages. It's right across the street from the Scottish Parliament. And in fact, it has the preserved living quarters of Mary, Queen of Scots. From Holyrood, what we're going to be seeing here today, a procession will take place along what's called the Royal Mile. It's basically like here in Washington, we have the stretch from the White House to Capitol Hill, very similar distance. And that procession will go down and end at the cathedral, also from the Middle Ages, a very popular tourist destination in Edinburgh. You can see there the streets are lined with people. And then the Queen's coffin will be flown to London. On Wednesday, there will be a procession from Buckingham Palace to Westminster Hall, where she'll lie for several days. The public will be able to come pay their respects, leading up to a week from today, the Queen's funeral, then on to Windsor Castle, where she'll be laid to rest. This final 500-mile journey after 70 years on the throne, the longest-serving monarch in British history and the second longest-serving monarch in world history. And you can see there King Charles III and Queen Consort Camilla.
Yes, we're seeing the new king and queen consort arriving now there on the screen. And we also have in London our royal reporter, Sarah Hewson, who joins us from outside Buckingham Palace. Sarah, what's the mood like in London right now?
Rhonda, the mood is one of somber celebration of the Queen's life, I think. I just took a walk through Green Park, which is the park that leads right up to Buckingham Palace, and that is where the flowers that are being left by thousands and thousands of mourners are being placed. And not just placed any old how. They've created a flower garden, a garden of remembrance, and people have been coming every single hour of the day to place those flowers in memory of the Queen. They're also placing Paddington bears, a nod to the sketch that the Queen did during her Platinum Jubilee celebrations, and marmalade sandwiches after she was seen pulling a marmalade sandwich out of her handbag during those celebrations. And I think the mood is one of somber celebration, as I said, but it's certainly one that's going to change, and it will change tomorrow with the arrival of the Queen's coffin back here. So tonight, as we're seeing right now, King Charles making his way to the Palace of Holyrood House. That is his official residence now, the official residence of the monarch in Scotland, Balmoral, a personal, private residence. He will be there, and then this afternoon he will head to St Giles's Cathedral, as you were hearing, which is halfway down the Royal Mile. You have the Palace of Holyrood House at one end, Edinburgh Castle, which anyone who has visited Scotland will have known, that monument sitting on top of a hill, is at the other end. St Giles's Cathedral, which has history dating back 1,000 years, right in the middle. And it is there that a procession will take the Queen's coffin to lie in rest later on today. Following her coffin on foot will be the King and his siblings, the Queen's children. She will then lie in rest there for a period of 24 hours to allow the people of Scotland to pay their respects. And then tomorrow she will be flown from Edinburgh back to RAF Northolt, which is just to the north of London, and then the state hearse will bring her in procession back to Buckingham Palace. Buckingham Palace, can't really describe it as her home because it was more HQ, the office, not a place that any members of the royal family hold in great affection, but of course it is the symbolic residence of the monarchy. She will then rest there before she heads the following day to Westminster Hall on Wednesday, where she'll lie in state for 4.5 days, allowing hundreds of thousands of members of the public to come and say their goodbyes.
Sarah, thanks for breaking that down for us. You mentioned that the mood is somber, but today, what's interesting about today is it's sort of a split screen where we see, of course, the casket and people wanting to pay their respects, but we're also seeing Charles start off on this new job. How are people responding to Charles? What have you seen?
E o respeito pelas instituições que a mãe
Yeah, Rhonda, it's really interesting you pick up on that, because while we're seeing a process of mourning unfolding, we're also seeing Charles having to get on with the job. He is now king, and so he attended both Houses of Parliament today, the House of Commons and the Houses of Lords in Westminster Hall, to give a speech. This is a really rare occasion. The Queen only addressed both houses simultaneously 5 times during her reign, and it's significant that he chose to do that, because he could have had the motions of condolence and received them at Buckingham Palace. He chose to go to the Palace of Westminster, to Westminster Hall, to do that. And I think he was sending a very clear message that he intends to uphold the constitutional monarchy and the independence of Parliament, which is seen as sacred. While he is the sovereign, Parliament is sovereign. And that was the message that he was giving today. And I think in terms of the public reaction to him, look, this is a man who has been preparing his entire life for this job, Rhonda. But so far, it looks like it too. He was born into this job, and he's showing that right now. He's had a lot of time to think about this. He's had a lot of time to prepare those speeches, and he has risen to the occasion and the momentous nature of this moment. But as well as that, as well as the formalities, he's also giving the public a little bit of himself. We've had 2 walkabouts so far from the King himself, one outside Buckingham Palace and one as he headed back to what was his home at Clarence House, just a short distance away, speaking to members of the public, shaking their hands, even being kissed by people who had gathered there, and also by other members of the family, getting out there, showing the public that they share their grief, that they understand what the nation is feeling at the moment. And I think that's giving us a sense of the kind of king that Charles intends to be, perhaps a little bit more open, perhaps a bit less formal than we might have seen in the past.
James, Sarah points out something so interesting about Charles, that he's been preparing for this all of his life, of course. Of course, people have been joking that he's had the longest internship ever for any job. And it sounds like he is sort of adapting to the role. Describe for us what Charles was like before this and how he might change now that he is in this new role.
Yeah, for 70 years, Rhonda, he's been the heir to the throne. That's the, that is the longest internship ever. It's I guess this is the first time he's getting a real job at 73. But that has given him, he's changed a lot. I think that Charles was a widely despised figure during the 1990s, beloved in the 70s and 80s. But the divorce from Diana and her death that followed really did turn public opinion against him. The public very much disliked his wife, who he married in 2004, second wife, Camilla. But he's been on a rehabilitation tour, and now he is sort of an elder statesman. He's 73 years old. He has been in this understudy role as long as most Britons have been alive. And he is someone who has expressed himself in ways that royals typically would not have. He was known for sending letters. He has a really unique handwriting. So they were called black spider letters. And he would send them to ministers in the cabinet with ideas on things like agriculture and modern farming or architecture. He was against brutalism as a style. But his big passion has been climate change. The last time that the world really saw Prince Charles was last November there in Edinburgh, where he is today, at the COP26 summit, the United Nations Climate Change Summit about implementing the Paris Accords. And he gave a very well-received speech. This is clearly a passion project for him. But Rhonda, he's also said that he's not going to be able to be so outspoken now that he's king. He understands that he needs to change when he goes into this role. It was really interesting watching his speech to Parliament that Sarah was just telling us about earlier today. He talked about how he feels the weight of history. And you really can't help but feel that when you're experiencing all this pomp and circumstance that dates back hundreds of years, and in some cases 1,000 years, to the Norman Conquest in 1066, which is when the British monarchy began. And so I think that he sees, like his mother, that this job is about more than him. It's about, they call the family the firm. It's about history and continuity and stability and country. He is the sovereign now. when he says England, he's talking about himself. And that's a unique position that very few people ever find themselves in.
Well, we have Lee Powell also with us. Lee is live now in Edinburgh. Lee, you've spent the weekend with mourners in Scotland. Set the scene for us.
Well, good morning, early afternoon here, Rhonda, from Edinburgh. I am just outside the Palace of Holyrood House at the southwest corner, actually. And this, of course, where all eyes are going to be tuned right now. Prince Charles and Camilla are at the perimeter, have been greeting members of the public before they go into Holyrood House. Really, what has happened, it all started Sunday. The Queen took about a 170-mile journey south from her beloved estate, Balmoral, in the Scottish Highlands, to Holyrood House behind me, and where she was going to, where she was in the throne room all evening long until this morning, where she will then be en route back through the streets of Edinburgh, as we've described, up to St. Giles Cathedral. But to get here, the Queen had to travel, and she did that when she arrived in Edinburgh down the Royal Mile, that famed stretch through central Edinburgh. I was there for that gathering, for that crowd, and it was, if I could say, a sort of nervous energy in the crowd, subdued to some degree, but people were craning their necks, holding up their phones, looking down that Royal Mile to see what exactly was going to be coming, when the Queen would be arriving. And here is what that experience was like. Take a look.
I'm here because the Queen's coming down the road, and it's a big moment. It's interesting. It's nothing like it's happened in 70 years, so it's, you know, it's huge.
Well, it's just amazing to be part of like history, you know. It's been buzzing, I think, not in like a good way, but in like a everyone coming together sort of way. You know, Elizabeth was so important to UK history that like it's amazing to live in Edinburgh and be part of it.
We're here waiting for the Queen to pass, bless her soul. This week, really, I think is very important. The people travelling from all over the country, and obviously the world as well, people want to show their appreciation for Her Majesty the Queen.
Thank you, ma'am.
And Lee, could you walk us through the events of today?
Sure, Rhonda. It's a bit of a complicated itinerary, and things are almost down to, or are down to the minute here in this very precise British way of doing things. But Prince Charles, of course, now inside Holyrood House behind me, and what will happen then? It's about 2:35 local time. So about, what is that, 9:35 where you are. The procession will begin from Holyrood House up the Royal Mile to St. Giles Cathedral, about halfway up the Royal Mile between Holyrood House and at the top of the Royal Mile here in Edinburgh is, of course, Edinburgh Castle. So you will see undoubtedly panoramic shots of that castle, of that stretch of central Edinburgh. And that procession will be marked with lots of pageantry. You can expect King Charles to be beside his mother, walking along the Royal Mile with the coffin. You will see guards of various stripes. There will be a minute gun salute, so a gun going off every minute until they reach the cathedral, St. Giles Cathedral, and go inside when the guns will stop. Then there will be a service inside St. Giles Cathedral, a program to follow, a service of worship, remembrance. Then the cathedral, in fact, will open for 24 hours, starting around 5 o'clock local time here in Edinburgh, for people far and wide, local, maybe from the region, from anywhere in the country, really, to come in and pay their respects as the Queen lies at rest. Of course, you saw from that report yesterday, already an enormous amount of people in Edinburgh. You could not get by on the streets, on the sidewalks. It was basically one person only to make it through that crowd that swelled to 3 or 4 or 5 people deep, depending on the location and where the barricades were along the street. So a lot of people here in Edinburgh for this moment, for this occasion, and this capital of Scotland will be the center point of the attention for all of today until the Queen makes her way tomorrow from Edinburgh by air down to London for services, for processions, and of course the state funeral that will happen on Monday, a week from today. Rhonda, for now, sending it back to you from Edinburgh in Scotland.
Thanks so much, Lee. James, as Lee pointed out, Scotland is sort of the centerpiece. It's beginning this process of her journey and the memorial process that will play out over the next week. I was reading a statement from Scotland's First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, yesterday, and she said that this journey of the Queen's casket through Scotland is pretty poignant, and it gives the public, quote, a chance to mark the shared loss. What's the relationship between Scotland and the monarchy and Britain? Complicated, Rhonda, in a word. The Queen's mother was Scottish, but the British monarchy has a traditionally complicated relationship, and there was a referendum vote in 2014, 2 years before the Brexit vote, and they narrowly voted down the idea of basically breaking away from the UK and becoming a republic. And the Queen, who is supposed to be neutral, we were just talking about how Charles can't weigh in on political matters. David Cameron, who was the Conservative Tory Prime Minister at the time, said, the Queen told me that she was just so relieved that Scotland decided not to break away because she loves Scotland so much. She spends all this time in Balmoral. It's so important to her. And that was considered a big faux pas because those conversations are supposed to stay private. So David Cameron subsequently apologized, but there was no secret as to the fact that the Queen didn't want Scotland to break away from the United Kingdom. And she obviously has spent so much time there. Balmoral was her favorite place to be, kind of in the Scottish Highlands. King Charles here went to boarding school in Scotland, the same boarding school where his father, Prince Philip, had gone. And so there is this special relationship, but there's also a lot of tension and complication. And frankly, it's one of those things where when you watch the scenes in London versus Edinburgh, you do see a difference. You do see there is a different public sentiment around the crown in London than in Edinburgh. And there is, no one is talking about a breakaway vote right now, but the Queen was the glue that held the kingdom together. And there are a lot of open questions in this beautiful place that we're looking at about whether that will hold. It was funny. I was talking to someone who recently traveled from Edinburgh to London, and they were saying that everyone was sort of talking about, yeah, we're part of the Commonwealth for now. That for now hanging over all these conversations. So Charles here today wants to really show Scotland that he values them, that they, by going first, is part of this ritual, are central to the kingdom, and that he values them and isn't going to take them for granted, for lack of a better phrase. Let's go back to London, where royal reporter Sarah Hewson joins me from outside Buckingham Palace. Sarah, James has just brought up a really interesting point about the Commonwealth and the mood right now in the Commonwealth. Can you talk to us about how the death of Queen Elizabeth is playing out in some of the other parts of the realm, and what the mood might be there?
Yes, well, this is a point of reflection for everyone, isn't it? And in particular in the Commonwealth, about what the passing of the Queen and the new King might mean for Commonwealth realms. We know that Barbados left and became a republic last year. Prince Charles, as he was then King Charles, went along to that ceremony and said they became a republic with his blessing. Australia has spoken yesterday and said that for now they are putting any issues about republicanism to one side, that this is not the time for them. But Antigua and Barbuda saying they are going to have a referendum on the issue. So a lot of countries will be re-evaluating their relationship with the Crown and with the monarchy right now. It was interesting, that discussion, Rhonda, that you were having with James then about Scotland, because the SNP, the ruling party in Scotland as a devolved administration, has set out its policy on the monarchy should there be a vote for independence in a future referendum. And they have said that they would retain the monarchy. They had said that when the Queen was head of state, and the deputy leader of the SNP has reiterated that with King Charles as head of state, their position has not changed, that they would maintain the monarchy regardless of the outcome of any independence vote. Just to give you an indication of what we're seeing right now, Rhonda, taking place within the Palace of Holyrood House. The King has arrived. He's received a guard of honour. He has inspected the troops and he's meeting dignitaries there. We heard the national anthem played. He's going to take part in an ancient ceremony called the Ceremony of the Keys, in which he is given the keys to Scotland, the keys of the city of Edinburgh given to the monarch. What is poignant about this is that his mother only took part in this same ceremony back in June. Royal Week, Holyrood Week as it's known, where members of the royal family descend on Scotland and undertake engagements there for a week during June, is where that happened. And here we are just 3 months later, those keys being handed on to her son, now the King.
Sarah, thank you for pointing that out. That is a very interesting historical point and some context to what's happening right now. On the issue of the Commonwealth, Sarah, there are many times in Queen Elizabeth's history where some members of the Commonwealth wanted to become republics, wanted to drop out, but because of her popularity, her likability, she was able to kind of keep things together. In some of these rumblings of parts of the realm saying that they might want to drop out now, is that about Charles himself and that they may not want him to be the leader right now, or is that just a societal change?
I think it is more about a societal change, although perhaps those conversations were put on the back burner, but out of respect for the Queen. Now, we had much discussion over recent years about what would happen when the Queen died, because Charles, as her heir, did not automatically become head of the Commonwealth. In part of her succession planning, and we know that the Queen was very keen to ensure that there was a smooth transition of power, the Queen went to the Commonwealth and asked that her son take over as head of the Commonwealth. And that was agreed some years ago now, so that we have had this smooth transition. And I think in this immediate period of mourning, those discussions will be dulled down, but they're likely to start up again. There is a sort of pragmatic approach, though, within the royal family, that countries may wish to do this. They may wish to evolve. They may wish to elect their own head of state, and that they do that with the royal family's blessing.
James, there are so many challenges, it appears, that Charles is going to have to handle and may not have a lot of time to handle them. How do you think he's doing in these first few days of his reign?
Such a good point, Rhonda. It's not just the challenge of the Commonwealth, and everyone is watching every country. Just a few minutes ago, right as we were going on the air, New Zealand's Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern announced that there will not be a vote for a referendum to become a republic, but she did say that she thinks eventually New Zealand will go that direction. So that's all happening. And to your point, the United Kingdom faces a serious energy crisis. There is the risk of real energy shortages this winter. There's a land war in Europe going on, and the inflation in Britain, which has really been the sick man of Europe because of Brexit. Inflation is about twice as bad as it is here in the States. And so these are all real challenges that he faces, where people are kind of looking at this pomp and circumstance, which they love and connects them to the glory days and so much nostalgia. But they're also saying, hey, we're paying for this. Our taxes are paying for all of these houses and palaces and castles, and we're really struggling with the lack of affordable housing and rising prices and shortages. And so Charles's challenge, as the head of state, not the head of government, is to show that he feels the pain of the kingdom and the Commonwealth. Whereas Liz Truss, the new prime minister who just started last week, her job is to actually address the shortages. I mean, she announced a plan just right as the word went out last Thursday that the Queen was very sick, to cap energy prices for basically the middle class and small businesses. It was a very big deal, obviously quickly overshadowed. But the reality is that after this 10-day period of mourning, those challenges are once again going to be very top of mind for people across the UK. And so Charles has to be conscious of that. One of the things that the Queen was so good at, Rhonda, was that she could she conjured this image of frugality. And Charles has not done as good a job at that. He's someone who's thought to enjoy a lavish party and big, events, and the Queen with her marmalade sandwiches and her handbag, and she created this idea that she was thrifty, and that is going to be something that Charles needs to do, but in his own authentic way. And so far, the jury's still out.
Yeah, that's a good point. I learned a little bit about her thriftiness yesterday. A royal reporter said that she sometimes would send back the unused lemon wedges on the tea cart. And that frugality kind of comes from growing up in wartime.
And the Great Depression.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, we have another colleague joining us now. Post reporter Adela Sullivan joins me from Manchester. Adela, what's the atmosphere like in the UK right now on this fourth day of mourning?
Hi, Rhonda. Thanks for having me. I mean, it's still completely grief-stricken. People here are extremely sad, and they're feeling, I would say, rudderless about what comes next. As your guests have mentioned, we have a new prime minister. We now have a new monarch. So people are unsure about how to feel and what will come next. But also they're curious. They're curious about how the new King Charles will rule, what kind of monarch he will be. So some people are going out there because they want to pay their respects, and others are just fascinated to be part of a moment in history.
Adela, we earlier in the show showed an image from over the weekend where we saw Harry and William together with their wives for the first time together since their grandmother's death. Are people really watching Harry closely if he's going to be absent or present at certain events? And is that overshadowing right now this processional and the memorial activities for his grandmother?
I mean, I would say the Harry and Meghan show is really attracting interest, both sides of the Atlantic. We've seen that Harry came out today with a statement, first statement he's had since his grandmother passed away, and he mentioned that she was a compass, and he said she had an infectious smile. So there's some quite personal insights there, and he also paid tribute to his father as the new king. For the first time, we saw all four of them out on Saturday, which here in England we haven't seen for a very long time. And I think that show of unity is really important now as people are mourning and looking to the younger members of the royal family to really make a stand. There's been some debate about the titles that Meghan and Harry's children may or may not take on, and there's also rumours that they may fly their children out to come and join the funeral on Monday. So people are, as ever, fascinated by Meghan and Harry.
And Adela, I know you've also been following the mood in the Commonwealth as a whole. What are some of the things that you've heard or are watching about how the realms are taking all of this in, this transition with Charles now at the head?
Yeah, I have to agree with earlier colleagues. I mean, there's real rumblings coming through from some countries who are obviously very sad about the passing of Queen Elizabeth, and they wish Charles well, and it's not to do with the personalities of the monarchy, but it's actually to do with the wider institution of the monarchy, and that, I think, is going to be something that King Charles is going to have to grapple with very seriously in his reign. We also saw yesterday Prince William, who has become the official Prince of Wales, and he also hinted at some rumblings of independence that have come from Wales, and we're not used to this. Obviously, we've been covering it more in Scotland, but even within the unity of the United Kingdom is something that the future royals are going to have to take on head on. And as your former guest said, they're respecting the choices of the people of those countries, but that is something that I don't think they will be able to dismiss as diplomatically as Queen Elizabeth did.
Now, Adila, we're seeing a lot of images of Charles right now, but we've only really heard him at length on Friday when he did that first message. What's been the response where you're at on that speech that he gave? Did people like it? Did they see, a future there?
I mean, we have to remember that this whole operation, London Bridge, as it was called, for the death of Queen Elizabeth, has been meticulously planned. And Queen Elizabeth herself would have had a hand in that. So I think the fact that Charles addressed the nation very swiftly, and he seemed quite emotional in that speech. I don't know if you were watching closely, but at times his lip quivered, or he seemed nervous, he looked down, he looked away. So there's a human side of Charles that came across there, and we've seen that continued when he's been out to meet the crowds and was hugged and kissed, which we didn't see with Queen Elizabeth. So I think he's really trying to become more of an accessible monarch. Also on Saturday with his accession procedure, he broadcast that live for the first time on national television, which has never been done before. So I think Charles is really trying to strike a different tone to his mother. I mean, as my colleague William Booth reported, he's not trying to break the mold necessarily of the monarchy, but we will see some cracks coming through, and he is trying to differentiate himself for sure.
Yeah, James, Adila makes a good point that he was, his tone on Friday was emotional. There was the picture of his mother off to the side, and it seemed like a Charles that perhaps we haven't seen before. Do you think that is the real him, or is he meeting the moment?
He lost his mom, right? I mean, I don't know any man who could lose his mom, or anyone who could lose their mom and not be affected by it, even if she was 96 years old, and his entire life has been as her understudy. He was not her favorite child. That's well established. She was a distant mother. She had 4 children. He obviously was the oldest. Very complicated relationship. Ultimately, she basically forced Charles and Diana to separate and divorce. So he's had this complicated relationship with her, like so many families have complicated relationships. But ultimately, this is a man who is becoming king. It's a hereditary monarchy. This isn't surprising, but because he lost his mom, so he's suffering this personal loss, but also getting this role that he's been preparing for, literally for 70 years, his entire life, and so. Yeah, I think that rawness is authentic. I don't think he's faking it. He's not out there like, there's not histrionics. This is not play acting. This is, he feels like, as he said, in that really, where his lip was quivering, as Adela was saying, the weight of history upon him. I think those words, which obviously chosen carefully, really do reflect how he is thinking about this week.
Yeah, that's a great point, because he couldn't have the job unless he, had this great loss. So it's kind of a dual experience right now. We're going to go back to our colleague, Lee Powell. Lee, you're standing in front of the Palace of Holyrood House. What's happening there?
Hello, Rhonda, once again from Edinburgh and the Palace of Holyrood House. I'm actually in a seated position right at the southwest corner of Holyrood House, just over my shoulder. And what we just saw a few minutes ago, I think you carried it as well, was King Charles and Camilla, the Queen Consort, inspecting the troops in front of the courtyard in the front area there of Holyrood House. I could see a little bit of it through the thick wrought iron fence that separates me from Holyrood House from my position here. But you saw him inspecting the troops, and then King Charles going back inside Holyrood House. We had an interesting scene here. There's a gate just over my shoulders that you can probably see as well, where the marching band and then the troops exited to some fanfare, always staying in formation even after their appointed duties here at Holyrood House. So the scene has quieted down considerably behind me with dignitaries and King Charles and Camilla, Queen Consort back inside Holyrood House. It is a autumnal day here in Scotland, overcast, skies sunny, and then cloudy, so that's where you may see the sun kind of teasing my position and my face from time to time. It's also a bit windy, with the wind picking up, a stiff breeze from time to time as well. There was a great worry that there was going to be rain, and in fact, yesterday, right as the procession was ending down the Royal Mile to here at Holyrood House, the skies did open up and there was a period of showers that late afternoon into the evening, into the night. But that is all apparently cleared off. A dry day today, a crisp day, I would say, in the low 60s. So the weather may be a big factor in turning out crowds once again along the Royal Mile as the Queen in her coffin makes her way from Holyrood House back up the Royal Mile in the minutes and hour to come, on the way to St. Giles Cathedral, where of course she will be lying at rest for the public to see her for the first time, filter by that coffin starting later today here in Edinburgh. Rhonda, we'll send it back to you.
Thanks so much, Lee, for that report of a lot of great local color there. We're going to return back to our colleague Sarah, who's outside of Buckingham Palace. Sarah, we've been talking about King Charles III becoming the monarch, how he's evolved into this role, how there may have been changes from the way he was before and how he will be. But thinking back, we know, of course, he's had a great example in Queen Elizabeth, but do we know anything about how his father, who passed away last year, Prince Philip, how he may have helped Charles take on this role?
Yeah, that relationship between King Charles and his father wasn't always an easy one. Charles, as a young boy, was sent to Gordonston School in Scotland, which was the school his father had attended. His father was very keen that he should go there. It was a place of misery, really, for Charles. He was extremely lonely. He felt isolated there. He wasn't happy. But that relationship has evolved, and where the Queen was the head of state, Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, was very much head of the family. And I think over the last year or so, with all of the family issues that the Queen will have been dealing with, his absence was felt acutely. Charles has had to take on that role as head of the family, dealing with how they should approach the situation with Prince Andrew and the Jeffrey Epstein scandal, how he should deal with the situation around his son Harry, and those questions remain now, even as we're looking towards the funeral. Who should do what? Who should wear what kind of uniform? What kind of role those non-working members of the royal family, Andrew and Harry, can play? And so those are big questions. But the Duke of Edinburgh was a hugely influential figure. All of his children have praised his wise counsel, that he was someone that you could go to. He was someone who certainly didn't take any nonsense, didn't suffer fools gladly, but you knew when he spoke to you that he would listen, he would hear, and he would advise. And also we see in Charles him emulating his father in many of the issues that they were both so committed to, in particular the environment. That is something that the Duke of Edinburgh started talking about many decades ago. It's an inheritance that has been passed on to Charles and also to his son William, now the Prince of Wales. One of the core issues that Charles set to make a difference on during his time as heir to the throne, an issue that of course is still important to him, but he will have to change the way in which he approaches those discussions now.
And we also want to bring in our colleague Adila, who is in Manchester. Adila, I know you are following, of course, the schedule that is to come this week. What are some key events that you think people should tune into and really follow over the course of the next week?
Yeah, I think the most interesting thing we're going to see quite shortly is the first allowance of the public to go and pay their respects at the Queen's coffin in Scotland. So that will happen from this afternoon through to tomorrow. And then we'll see the Queen's coffin being flown to Buckingham Palace in London. And again, we expect the streets to be lined as that travels from the airport to Buckingham Palace. And then eventually we'll go to Westminster Hall, where she will lie in state. People are already being told to expect massive queues to go and pay their respects to the coffin. They're been told to expect airport-style security, to not take any photographs, to be able to queue sometimes for 12 hours or perhaps even overnight. So everyone is flocking to London for this historic moment to say goodbye to the only monarch that many of us have ever really known. So that's something to look out for ahead of the funeral. And then, of course, we have the foreign dignitaries flying in on Sunday night. So that will also be quite a key moment.
And about how this is going to be an area where a lot of people are flocking, you know, this is such a global and historic moment. Have you heard anything about how the areas are preparing for security-wise and preparing for all of these queues or lines of people?
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a huge security operation. I think we heard this morning something like 1,500 military personnel are going to be around Westminster Hall, just managing the lines and the queues and people who are going to be turning up. They've shut down a number of underground train stations here as they try to manage the flow of people. We've got trains being very expensive to come across the UK. Apparently, it's very difficult to find hotel rooms at the moment in central London. So this is going to be a massive operation here in London, and I'm sure it will be echoed in other cities across the UK as people gather in big city centres to feel a sense of collaboration and solidarity as they say goodbye to the monarch.
And Adelia, for many people watching us right now here in DC or in the rest of the US who may not quite understand why this is such a significant moment, what would you tell them from some of the things you've heard from people or just your own experiences there?
I mean, well, it's really hard to try to translate the feeling here when you're on the other side of the Atlantic, but this is huge. And as you know, in Britain, we love pomp and ceremony. We just had the Jubilee recently, and people will turn out for the royal family. And I think the fact that she was a monarch for 70 years, as I said, especially the older generation, my mother's generation, my grandmother's generation, they feel very emotional about this moment. And it's not just about Queen Elizabeth herself, but it's what she represented. It's the fact that she saw so many moments in history herself. I mean, you have to remember the advent of putting somebody on the moon, the internet, the Beatles, Diana. There's been so many moments in our national tapestry which people can remember and they equate with the Queen. So her death has really hit people hard, and they are recalling, you know, fond moments of their own lives that reflected her reign.
Thank you so much, Adela, our colleague there in Manchester. James, this week we've been learning a lot about some of the lighthearted things about Queen Elizabeth and the family, and one of the things that she is known for is her love of animals, specifically horses and also corgis. Why is that a significant part of her history? And it keeps coming up this week in the reflections about her.
Most of the pictures, Rhonda, when you look at the Queen, she had a corgi trailing behind, one or two. And in fact, the history of it goes back to her father. He had a corgi. That's how she first fell in love. I think that is her father's corgi there. And she got her own corgi on her 18th birthday, named Susan. And she was so besmitten with her corgi that she actually brought her on her honeymoon. And she has had a dog through the rest of her life. The BBC actually created a family tree of the corgis. And so we have now learned that the Queen's 4 dogs are going to Prince Andrew and Prince Sarah, also known as Fergie. You may wonder, didn't they get divorced in 1996? Yes, they did, but they both still reside at the Royal Lodge on the Windsor Castle estate. So of the 4 dogs, 2 are corgis. They're both Pembroke Welsh corgis. One is named Muick, the other is Sandy. And then she also has a dorgie called Candy and a Cocker Spaniel named Lizzie. The Queen actually is credited with creating the dorgie breed because it was one of her corgis who mated with a Dachshund that was owned by her sister, Princess Margaret, and that started this breed. So these dogs are beloved, and this is really part of the rehabilitation effort for Prince Andrew, who in a lot of ways was the Queen's favorite son, but was implicated in the scandal for his friendship with pedophile Jeffrey Epstein. And it was just earlier this year, actually, that Prince Andrew settled out of court with with his accuser of sexual abuse, Virginia Giuffre. And ever since, he's 62, ever since a 2019 really disastrous interview with the BBC about his relationship with Epstein, he stepped back from his public duties. So he's had a very low profile. And there's some speculation that giving him the corgis is about helping him kind of rehabilitate his standing in a non-controversial way. The other dynamic is that the Queen actually was really close with Sarah. They would go for walks together. They both loved dogs. They would, even after the divorce, go for long walks. And so the Queen wanted the former princess to have a role, the Duchess, in raising these dogs.
Sarah, in front of Buckingham Palace, I'd like you to join in on this conversation about the Queen's love of corgis. Why is it, like James was saying, it is a significant move that she gave her beloved corgis to her son Andrew, even though most recently he has been a part of a scandal. What does that say about her and what she wanted to maybe tell the world about Andrew?
Well, I don't know how much we can really read into this, Rhonda, in terms of the relationship and the message she's trying to send, but we do know that no matter what happened, Andrew was still her son and a much-loved son, and we're seeing that played out. And over the course of the next week, 10 days or so, all of those conversations about his future role and whether there may be one at all for him within the royal family, certainly publicly, are kind of parked, because this is a family moment, and he is a member of the family and was the Queen's son. And in fact, those two corgis, Mick and Sandy, were given to the Queen by the Duke of York. Sandy actually given by his daughters, Beatrice and Eugenie, as a replacement for Fergus, who had died aged just 5 months in the aftermath of the Duke of Edinburgh's death. And they are very precious to her, as we described, James describing their long history of corgis. They were described as a moving carpet around the palace at times. There were so many of them. But the Duke of York and Sarah, Duchess of York, as you're describing, perhaps the happiest divorced couple you might know, are going to take custody of Mick and Sandy. We don't know what's going to happen to Candy, an elderly dog. She has got used to being around Mick and Sandy, so perhaps the decision might be taken that she should go with them, or she may remain with a member of the Queen's staff. And as for Lizzie, the Cocker Spaniel, a departure in terms of breed for the Queen. She's got a different official pedigree name, but named Lizzie after the Queen. Well, we don't exactly know what will happen with her, but she is reportedly with her trainer at the moment. It may be that she stays there as well. And the other issue relates to the Queen's horses, her very, very much loved horses. As King, King Charles now inherits the royal stud at Sandringham and her race horses. His wife, Camilla, now the Queen consort, has a huge love of horse racing. It may be that she takes on that responsibility as the figurehead of horse racing, but Princess Anne, the Queen's daughter, and her daughter Zara, also with a huge equestrian interest. So that is another detail regarding the Queen's estate, her animal estate, that we remain to discover.
Well, thank you so much for that, Sarah. It's always good to know some of those details that, you know, kind of create a fuller picture of the person who we all feel like we knew, but those details about her love for animals is just so important here. We're going to bring in another colleague. Feature reporter Ashley Fetters-Malloy joins me now. Ashley, for decades, Queen Elizabeth has had a distinct style of dress. Describe that style for us.
Sure. So I know that Queen Elizabeth is not the first person we all think of when we think of, you know, the great fashion icons of our time. But you know, like you say, she had a very distinct look. So it's something that we can all kind of conjure up in our minds. And you know, that's part of being a fashion icon, I would argue. Certainly, like you're suggesting, her style changed over the years. It always stayed recognizable, but in the early years of her reign, she was in her 20s and 30s. It was the 50s and 60s, and often she favored these very modest but very feminine silhouettes. Like, she wore gowns with full skirts and very clean lines at formal events. And then in the daytime, she would wear these skirt suits and these dresses with very traditional sort of nipped in waistlines. And of course, she didn't really take risks with anything like a neckline, but she always had a lot of fun with colors and prints and really playful touches like that. And then of course, as she got older, her taste sort of solidified into the uniform of sorts that we all know today. The very boldly colored kind of boxy skirt suit or dress, the matching hat, the white gloves, the brooch on the left shoulder, and always the little handbag dangling from one arm. Sometimes she would coordinate a matching umbrella, an especially delightful touch for some of us observing. And I think the fact that it never changed very much, especially in the later years of her reign, really communicated stability in a time when Britain was changing a lot, the world was changing a lot around her. She really communicated consistency and the sort of staidness of the royal family at a time when things were changing a lot.
And Ashley, the Queen's reign began in 1952, so that's not exactly a period of time where women were seen at the highest levels of government, in the Western world at least. What did her sense of style convey to the world at that time?
Absolutely, you're right. I mean, we have to remember that when she took the throne in 1952, there were not as many politics-adjacent women, and so her choices really set a standard for women who were in politics and close to power. I think it's even today, if you look at the United States Congress, you'll find a lot of boxy skirt suits and a lot of dresses that are sort of modest but feminine and communicate sort of a business-like style. I think if you look at Margaret Thatcher, for instance, who was the first female prime minister in Britain, she took a lot of cues from the Queen herself. She always had the handbag, always had a skirt suit. So the way that Queen Elizabeth dressed has helped set, I would say, a standard for women in politics and women in power.
At times throughout her reign, the Queen used her dress as a part of diplomacy. Tell us a little bit about that.
Certainly. So Queen Elizabeth was one of the great diplomatic. She did really engage in that practice that we do call fashion diplomacy these days, where she would communicate these very specific messages through what she wore and where she wore it. Oftentimes they were messages of support or for affection for a particular. For instance, when she traveled to Pakistan in 1961 on a royal visit, she wore a white gown had an emerald and white train in the colors of the Pakistani flag, just to show her support for the nation she was visiting. In 2011, when she was eager to repair relations with Ireland, for instance, she wore this deep green kind of wool crepe coat and this corresponding green printed silk dress that when she arrived, it just kind of fluttered in the wind and looked very elegant, and also just sent this message of affection for Ireland when it was a tense time between those two countries. And then at a dinner in Canada, for instance, she wore this white lace gown with crystal maple leaves, embroidered across the chest and shoulders. In California, she wore a dress embroidered with poppies to meet with the Reagans in the 80s. She wore an outfit in the shades of thistle and heather, purple and green, to show her affection for Scotland when she visited after the Scottish Parliament was formed in 1999, which I think a lot of people took note of at the time. And, sometimes she even dressed to convey power and to assert power. When I spoke to Philip Mansell, the author of the book Dress to Rule, about how rulers and heads of state have presented themselves in public, he pointed out that she once met the Cardinal Archbishop of Westminster, the head of the Roman Catholic Church in the United Kingdom, and as that person always does, that he wore red, and she also wore red to kind of convey, I am just as holy and sacred as the head of the Church of England, in her own eyes, just to sort of assert her own dual and matching power.
Ashley, thank you so much for all of your knowledge on the Queen and her fashion and your coverage of this. Good to see you. Let's return to Edinburgh, where Lee Powell is. Lee, you spent the weekend traveling from London to Edinburgh by train. Tell us about that journey.
Well, hello, Rhonda, once again from Edinburgh, from outside the Palace of Holyrood House, where the scene has quieted down considerably after this morning's a flurry of events of pomp and circumstance, if you will, in front of the Palace of Holyrood House. Everyone has gone inside, and we're just battling the breeze here as we wait to see the procession begin from Holyrood House up the Royal Mile, ending up at St. Giles Cathedral later on this afternoon. To get here, it was a trip by train from London. If you drive it, it's about 400 miles. By train, it should take about 4.5 hours or so. We were on the train for 9 hours coming from London up here when we arrived on Sunday or Saturday, actually, late Saturday. And the reason we were given is there was a landslip in British terminology, a rock slide, boulders on the track as we got closer into Scotland. So the trains were moving much more slowly than normal. I have to say that since my arrival here in the UK, I arrived left Washington late Thursday, almost as soon as we got word of the Queen's death, arrived here early Friday morning. It has been somewhat of a less crowd situation than maybe I would have imagined. Coming over on the plane, arriving in London, up on the train here, just didn't see the masses of people that you probably will see as we get closer to that state funeral, the procession, things are really winding up later, beginning of this, middle of this week, end of this week, and into Monday of next week, and of course that state funeral is happening. So we really didn't see a mass of people. I will say that when you did arrive here in the country, I did notice a couple of things. The captain on my Virgin Atlantic flight came on and offered his condolences, made the announcement that the Queen in fact had died. If people had not in fact heard it up to that point, it was probably a couple hours in after the word. So felt his obligation, he said, as a British flag carrier to make that known and to offer condolences on the part of his crew. When you also arrived in London, it was obvious immediately what could be changed to commemorate the Queen's death had been changed. You, of course, saw stacks of the London newspapers at shops in the airport as you made your way out, rushing those special Queen death editions that they had undoubtedly prepared for months, maybe years in advance. So stacks of those with gigantic photographs, lots of black ink all over the covers of those marking that event. But as you also drove in, a lot of the electronic billboards along the motorways in the city had been changed, marking the Queen's death. Photos of her life and death, 1926, 2022, just simple words, Her Majesty the Queen, Queen Elizabeth II, marking that death. And on Friday in London, a lot of the shops and stores, in fact, closed to mark that event. A lot of sporting events were canceled, other sort of events to mark the death that had come so suddenly. And at a lot of those shops, you did notice signs that had been put in the window marking the Queen's passing, those merchants offering their condolences, in fact. But bringing it back here to Edinburgh yesterday, tens of thousands of people lining the Royal Mile to get that first glance, to watch the Queen and her coffin arriving on that hearse from up north, from her beloved Scottish resting place of refreshment, of vacation that she went for the summer up in Balmoral. So you did see a lot of people stream into the city in Edinburgh. I will also say that it's the start of the university term here. We talked to some students who, in fact, were starting classes that just moved the day before and came upon this event. So a lot of people coming into the city for different reasons. We'll just have to see later today along that Royal Mile what kind of crowds will mass. Undoubtedly, with the weather as nice as it is, we're going to see a massive turnout like we did on Sunday to see the Queen go back up the Royal Mile from where we are here at the Palace of Holyrood. We'll send it back to you in Washington for now.
All right, thanks so much, Lee. We'll go back to Sarah Sarah Hewson in front of Buckingham Palace. Sarah, we've been talking a lot about Charles, obviously, but let's talk about Camilla. Are you seeing how she's adapting to this role as the new queen consort and what she might evolve into.
Yeah, and Rhonda, there have been a couple of images that have stood out for me as highlighting what a monumental shift in role there is for her. The first was when they did the walkabout outside Buckingham Palace, having returned from Balmoral in the aftermath of the Queen's death. And we saw King Charles and Camilla, the Queen Consort, walking in through the gates of Buckingham Palace to face their destiny. The second was during that accession council, where the King delivered his address at his proclamation, and behind him was his wife, his Queen Consort Camilla, and his son and heir, now the Prince of Wales, Prince William. And Camilla had to sign the proclamation, and she signed it Camilla R, Camilla Regina Queen. She takes on a very much more significant role now, a role that would have been incomprehensible a couple of decades ago. But there has been an evolution in public attitudes towards Camilla, particularly over the past few years, I think. And also, I spotted an evolution in the relationship between William and his stepmother. He put out a hand at one point to support her as she moved into that accession council. Theirs has not always been an easy relationship. She, of course, described by Diana as the third person in that marriage. Diana's sons have struggled with that. But now they are the core, they are the team, they are the support act. The King needs them, he needs their support. And I think we're going to see Team Charles. He himself described what is left, what remains of his reign. He's 73, and he has to be honest about this, that he is not going to have a long reign. In fact, his time as Prince of Wales, as heir to the throne, will be far more significant in what he can achieve. And so I think we will see an increasingly prominent role for Prince William as well as his apprenticeship steps up a gear.
And Sarah, you mentioned the relationship between Camilla and her two stepsons, William and Harry. Noticeably, Harry was not at that Ascension Council in the photos. Do you know why? And could you, tell our audience why that may have been?
No, and nor were other senior members of the royal family. This was very much Charles with his wife and his heir, and they were playing a constitutional role there, signing the proclamation. Things are obviously very difficult in the family relationships with Harry, the Duke of Sussex. But we know that in that speech that he gave, the first King's speech that we heard from Charles, he reached out with an olive branch and expressed his love for Harry and Meghan as they continued to build their life overseas. And then a sign of another olive branch on Saturday as we saw Harry and Meghan on a walkabout with William and Catherine, the new Prince and Princess of Wales. That is an image none of us expected to see at this stage, but I think it was a really important image. It was really important to show that sign of unity, and I think it was really important to show it then, because if the first sighting we had of the two feuding brothers together was at the funeral, that would have dominated, that potentially could have overshadowed those very sombre ceremonial events in honour of the Queen. They don't want it to be about the family dynamics and the family feud. They want this to be about the Queen and honouring her legacy. And let's face it, Charles doesn't need any distractions right now. So the sooner that they can sort this out and try and resolve the difficulties between them, the better. Logistically, of course, they found themselves in the same place. They have come together, and I think, let's hope, they've managed to at least make some progress. I don't think this is going to be easy. It's a sticking plaster, potentially. A temporary truce. We'll have to see what moves come next on both sides.
Yeah, and I know a lot of eyes will be watching the next few weeks, months, and maybe years with those relationships. Joining us now is Dame Karen Pierce, British Ambassador to the United States. Ambassador, good morning to you.
Morning.
Thank you for joining us, and we would also like to express our condolences as well to you. As you've seen the images over the weekend and the ones we're showing right now as this processional of the Queen's casket is about to start, what's on your mind and how are you feeling as you watch these pictures?
My first thought is that we haven't seen something like this for 70 years, since King George VI died, the Queen's father, and she came to the throne all those years ago. But to be honest, what I see when I see these images is kind of everything at once. You know, I think of the Queen, I think of her as the embodiment of the United Kingdom and even of the Commonwealth. I also think of her as the embodiment of every key event, good and bad, that's happened in the last 70 years. And for me, it just all comes together in the very ancient ceremony that we're seeing before us, knowing that more ceremonies are also going to come.
And Ambassador, President Biden did confirm that he'll be attending the funeral. Do you know any more about that and who else might be in the American delegation?
No, I'm sorry, I don't have any more information on that at the moment. It's very good news that the president has graciously agreed to attend the funeral. That's very good of him, and we're very pleased about that. Lots of other world leaders will be invited, and very many will attend. I think the Abbey, Westminster Abbey in London, will be packed, and it's a very solemn and important occasion. So we're very grateful to the president and other world leaders for being able to go. But I think it's a tribute to the momentous nature of what has happened that so many world leaders will go.
And of course, today is about the beginning of the processional of the casket and the farewell to Queen Elizabeth, but it also marks the start of Charles visiting other parts of the UK. Might we here anticipate a royal visit by the new king?
I very much hope as ambassador that we will be able to get the new king over here before too long, but I don't have any information about when that might be. It's early days yet. Obviously, he has a duty to his realms, those countries who have him as head of state. As you say, he's starting with the constituent nations of the UK. That's a very important sign of continuity, of stability. But I know that he also wants to address them directly to explain that he is their king, and we've heard him say as much to date. I might just say that round the world, in what are called overseas territories, they have been proclaiming King Charles III as the new king. That's another part of the ancient ceremonies here. It takes place right across the world.
And finally, Ambassador, not just in your role as ambassador, but as someone from Britain, as someone who has met the Queen, how did you feel when you heard the news last week of her death?
I felt incredibly sad. I felt like a part of something I had always known and always been part of had died as well. I still feel sad, but as you've noted, we have these twin themes of loss and renewal with the new king. There's a very ancient saying, the Queen is dead, long live the king. And that is exactly how we're going to approach the next few days. These twin themes of loss and renewal. You've seen the ceremony will lead up, we continue national mourning, leading up to the Queen's state funeral. And that's what we're concentrating on the moment. But absolutely, there are always these twin themes, and that in itself is an odd feeling, but it's one I think that people are getting used to.
And one follow-up as well. Is there a memory you could share with us about the Queen?
I remember having an audience with her, with my husband, when I became the ambassador to the UN. And it was just us and the Queen in her sitting room at Buckingham Palace. And she has the most amazing ability to put people at their ease, and she has the most amazingly mischievous smile. And she'll say something and you're not quite sure how to react, and then she'll smile, and then you know how to react. And I remember that smile. I remember that coming through. She could not have been more gracious. We stayed with her some 45 minutes. We covered world events. We covered things she had remembered as Princess Elizabeth. It was an amazing occasion.
All right. Thank you so much, Dame Karen Pierce, the British ambassador. Thank you for your time. James, the ambassador told us a lot there in those few moments, that she would like to see King Charles III visit the U.S. and that the plans, especially out of the White House right now, seem to still be evolving. From what you've heard about our elected officials here and their response to Queen Elizabeth's death over the last few days, are there any reflections that stand out to you, what Biden has said, what members of Congress have said?
Yeah, I liked what Dame Karen Pierce said just there, Rhonda, about the twin themes of loss and renewal. We're hearing from the White House this morning that the British invited the President and First Lady, but not kind of a traditional full delegation that you would have seen at, say, Nelson Mandela's funeral, where President Obama flew out with a large group of various elected officials and congressional leaders. That doesn't mean other congressional leaders weren't invited independently. It will be interesting to see. It was sort of striking there when the ambassador said that they hope to get a royal visit, but that his first priority is going to be shoring up the Commonwealth countries. Again, tenuous moment. The Queen was the glue that held everyone together, and now that glue is gone. But what I was also struck by, in that last question you asked, Rhonda, about her meeting with the Queen, the 45-minute audience before she became ambassador to the UN. Everyone has a Queen story. The senior state officials, like the ambassador, but also just everyday Brits. You hear stories from people who remember being little kids when Queen Elizabeth was coronated and their families going to buy television sets so that they could watch, and they all got dressed up in the living room. And stories that really run the gamut from the 70 years since, including all the way to the most recent Jubilee just a few months ago. And as we look at these crowd shots over the last few minutes of little boys holding up Paddington Bear drawings, there clearly was this personal connection. And we also, in the last few minutes, as the Dame was talking to us, we saw Gordon Brown, the former British Prime Minister, go in. He was Prime Minister from 2007 to 2010. He was the Chancellor of the Exchequer during the decade before that under Tony Blair. We also saw Alex Salmond, the former Scottish First Minister, go into St. Giles. So it was a very star-studded event of British nobles and leaders, as well as Scottish leaders, and it is a reminder of the very, just her longevity. Gordon Brown was one of 15 prime ministers that served during her reign. Liz Truss is there as well, the last and final, who, and just 2 days before her death, she asked to form a government.
Washington Post senior writer Frances Steed Sellards joins me now. Frances, thank you for joining us today. You're a colleague, of course, but you also grew up in the UK. What has this weekend been like for you so far, and are there any moments or events that have stood out to you?
I think there are a couple of events that have stood out, and it's really about this connection that the royal family has managed to make with ordinary people. And that's been portraying themselves as a family. So we've already had this mention of Prince William coming out with his brother to greet well-wishers. But another very key moment, I think, was seeing Princess Anne. When she was young, she was second in line to the throne. I think she's now 16th probably. So she's gone way, way down in the sense of her chance of ever succeeding. But she was really and remains one of the most hardworking royals. She has decided to earn her keep. And in that processional we saw, she was the person who was behind the Queen's coffin as it was brought from Balmoral to Holyrood House. And she was the person who gave that very, very moving, deep curtsy when the coffin was brought in. So here you have a woman who really decided early on that she forswore titles for her own children. She competed as an Olympic equestrian. She has her own shared interests with her mother, but she's really been a very, very hard-working royal and taken it to a very personal and local level in the country. So from when I was growing up, the royals weren't always on national, international headlines. They made local headlines. It was when somebody like Princess Anne would come and open a hospice, or where I grew up, the hospital is the Princess Royal Hospital, because she came and opened that. And if you look through Twitter at the moment, so many people are remarking on Anne's desire to keep those connections going. People will talk about her coming to the local Citizens Advice Bureau, making connections on a very, very local level, which is one of the things I think that has made this weekend so interesting. The duality between this pomp and ceremony, an enormous sort of state occasion, and the sense that these are people who managed to create a local presence in Britain.
It's great that you mentioned Anne, the Queen's daughter. What do you think her role is going to be in the future, in perhaps being a part of this Team Charles to coalesce around him as he takes reign?
Well, as I said, she's always said she was somebody who wanted to earn her keep. She's a very hard-working royal who goes off and does these rather unglamorous events day after day after day. I suspect she'll keep doing that. She's only about 20 months, maybe 20 months younger than King Charles III. There's then a gap before those two younger children. So they're tightly bonded, I think, very close to one another. And so I see her taking on a role, and not one that, again, not a glamorous role. She doesn't cut a glamorous figure in the country, but hardworking and dutiful as her mother was.
James, we were talking earlier about Harry's presence and absence, and that people will be closely watching this. And I noticed something on Friday after the first speech from King Charles. I was listening to some interviews there in London, and I noticed that a woman, when she was asked what stood out to you about this speech, the first thing she said is that, "I'm just so glad Charles mentioned Harry and Meghan." It seems like it's top of mind that even though they are not a part of the official royal duties, people are really going to be closely watching them. Why might public perception of Harry and Meghan be important at this time?
It's hugely important, in part because of the Commonwealth countries, because Meghan is multiracial. In a lot of the Commonwealth countries are majority black, and so there's that dynamic. It's a reality that the tabloids in Britain were much harsher on Meghan Markle than they were on Kate Middleton. And in a lot of ways, we're kind of harassing, constantly looking to highlight mistakes. When Kate Middleton had avocado toast, it was adorable and charming, and when Meghan Markle did it, somehow it became a scandal. And that's one of the reasons that Meghan Markle really pulled Harry to California, where they are now, and their children are today. I would be shocked if the children didn't manage to make it to London in time for the funeral next week. But I think that the idea of the Meghan Markle wedding 4 years ago was that she was going to be, she was going to help modernize the monarchy, to kind of show that it's fresh and it's not stodgy. And the fact that she wasn't able to do that, the fact that she was essentially exiled, self-exiled, is a reflection of the challenges that the monarchy has in modernizing. That it is hard to bring in someone new, and so I think there's a big generational divide. There's younger Britons who identify with Meghan Markle much more than they do with certainly with Charles, but also even Kate Middleton, who's more traditional and proper. So those dynamics are all at play. And we've talked about, Sarah was saying that Philip was the head of the family and the Queen was the mother of the country. But she also was the mother and grandmother in this family. And for all of our lives, we've watched this drama play out. And so we're going to continue to. It is so central to the British media culture, and that is not about to change.
And if you are just joining us, what we're watching now here is in a few moments we'll be seeing the start of the procession of the Queen's casket. We're also going to go back to our colleague Lee Powell, who's in Edinburgh. Lee, you've spent the weekend there speaking to mourners on the Royal Mile. Tell us what you heard.
Well, hello, Rhonda, once again from Edinburgh. We're in fact behind me here at Holyrood House. You are seeing those regiments, that band starting to form again in the area out in front of Holyrood House to again make their way up the Royal Mile with the Queen's casket, with her coffin. And along that route, you're going to see thousands of people. Saw that yesterday on Sunday. Thousands of people came into Edinburgh to see the Queen arriving at Holyrood House behind me. Here are some of what we heard and saw among people who were gathered on Sunday.
I would say she was like the mother of Great Britain because she was there at the top. She was always, I don't know, she had a sort of magnetism and her spirit was there. Whenever she walked into anywhere, she just had that exuberance.
I grew up with the Queen. She's almost like family. And it's very sad. It's going to be a great loss because I always look forward to Christmas Day when she gives a speech to the whole nation, Commonwealth. And that's a very, very special day that we're going to miss this year.
Most people, whether they like royalty or not royalty, they have a great respect for the Queen for what she did in 70 years. She had dignity, she did everything correct. There was nothing marred her life.
I think what's notable about that piece of tape, and compared to the one that we saw, if you were watching earlier from that same stretch on Sunday, was the generational divide. In fact, there is one here in the UK when it comes to the Queen. People, if you're older, you have spent much more of your life under the Queen's reign. And so there's a lot more fondness, a connection, as you saw in that bit of tape, from the older generation. One woman in particular said, I brought my daughter here, who's also not young, a little older, to share this moment with me, to see the Queen passing by. That was a common theme yesterday that we saw. Generations of families, multi-generations of families coming to Edinburgh to see the Queen along that Royal Mile route. Among the younger crowd, the younger people who were gathered, more of a curiosity. They've spent less time, of course, if they live here in Britain, under the Queen, living under her reign. So there was a curiosity about just the spectacle of it all, who was coming, what they were going to see, if they could snap selfies or things they could use for social media to show people that they were, in fact, at this momentous event. But still a respect for the Queen, what she symbolized, what she means for the nation. So a clear distinction among groups of people, depending on who you talk to, that was very clear yesterday, and I'm sure among the crowd gathering today to see that procession go back from Holyrood House, where we are, up the Royal Mile to St. Giles Cathedral, where the Queen will lie at rest, starting later today into tomorrow. And that procession, again, forming behind me again at Holyrood House, should be underway in the minutes ahead. So you're going to see the Queen's coffin go up the Royal Mile. You're going to see King Charles. You're going to see regiments. You're going to see marching instruments, marching band, and guns going off about every minute until they reach St. Giles Cathedral, up about a middle way up the Royal Mile. And they do have a climb to make. We are down at the bottom of the Royal Mile here at Holyrood House, so it is a climb up the Royal Mile to St. Giles Cathedral. And of course, you will see the Edinburgh Castle at the top of the Royal Mile in some of those shots undoubtedly in the background. But Rhonda, we'll send it back to you from here in Edinburgh, where things are about to get more active as, of course, that procession gets underway.
Thanks so much, Lee Powell. Let's go back to Sarah Hewson, who is in front of Buckingham Palace. Sarah, Lee just talked to us about the people he interviewed and how there's this generational difference in how younger people see the monarchy quite differently than older people who have very fond feelings toward Queen Elizabeth. One woman in that package said she grew up with her. Is this going to be something that Charles will have to confront, this generational difference in how people see the monarchy?
Yes, Rhonda, and he's also going to have to confront the popularity of the monarchy and how he appeals to younger people. There had been a hope when Harry and Meghan were married that perhaps they might be able to reach out to younger people and show a more modern face to the monarchy. That responsibility now sits purely on the Prince and Princess of Wales, the new Prince and Princess of Wales, William and Catherine, and their children, who I think we will see playing an increasingly prominent role. We saw that at the Platinum Jubilee, didn't we, with George, Charlotte and Louis playing such a high-profile role, charming and captivating the crowds here and those watching on television. And Charles will also have to show that he is in touch with the issues that are relevant in this country in a cost of living crisis. We've heard a lot about his plans for a slimmed down monarchy, and I think that now becomes more important than ever, because to see a monarchy that costs a huge amount of taxpayer money doesn't sit easily when people, ordinary people in this country, are making choices between whether they heat their houses or put food on the table. So that will be a key issue for Charles. It's also going to be a practical issue in terms of how he plans his coronation. A spectacle that I think the Queen's coronation back in 1953 cost what would now be the equivalent of £31 million. How would that sit in the country now? A coronation funded by the government. So all of those questions will have to be resolved over the coming months.
Such a great point about the cost then and now, and how he's going to have to navigate that in these tough economic times. Francis, I'd also like to get you in on this subject. What is Charles going to have to confront when when the mourning period is over? There seem to be a lot of internal issues he's going to have to take on with Harry and Meghan and other family members. But there are some other things he's also going to have to address. What do you think is that list of things he's going to have to do?
Well, Britain's role with the Commonwealth, of course, is huge. It's largely a symbolic role, but it's a symbolic role many countries would like to be free of. It's also the Commonwealth relationship is actually very interesting for somebody like me who's lived both in Britain and America, because Commonwealth countries share so much on so many levels, including sports, for example. I grew up playing a sport called netball. We played against other Commonwealth countries. Excuse me. It's not played in this country. You'll see the same thing with cricket. And so America seems a far more foreign country as a result of not being part of these Commonwealth bonds where deep-seated cultural traditions exist that are shared. Anyway, this is going to be very tricky, I think, for a 73-year-old man who has been waiting to be a monarch, has been living in a very privileged position all this time. And then the points we made about that were made about cost and expense. Of course, the monarchy brings in tourists. There's no doubt about that. So they bring money into the country. But these events are enormously expensive. Just the other day, Charles named his son the Prince of Wales. Go back and look at the previous investitures, his own at Carnarvon Castle, and then the one in 1910 of the previous Prince of Wales. These were enormous ceremonies, very, very expensive. Is he going to carry on doing that kind of thing, or is slimming down the monarchy going to mean reducing all the pomp and ceremony, as well as the number of people who will be, involved in promoting the monarchy?
James, as Francis has pointed out, and also Sarah, Charles has a lot to do when he finally, sits down on the throne. What do you think will be, first item of business for him?
Symbols really matter here, Rhonda. So much of the whole monarch is a symbol at this point for the state and the sovereign, and I think a lot of it is the little things. That's what people remember. It's not a number on a balance sheet for next year's appropriation. It's really conveying that he understands what Sarah was telling us about. A lot of Britons this winter are going to need to choose about whether to heat or eat. And so, on the other hand, people do like this pomp and circumstance. It reminds them of their national pride. It reminds them of a wonderful, great British history from the British perspective. And so you don't want to shortchange that. So it is a balancing act. Charles has had a lot of time to think about this. They've literally been planning for the death of the Queen since the 1960s. But it's a very different world than it was in 1952 when Queen Elizabeth took over, and you do have to bow to some of the realities of 2022. And as we've been talking about, there's so much that would have been unimaginable a few decades ago. A divorcee in Charles is now going to be overseeing the Church of England. That would have been unimaginable 3 decades ago. So the monarchy can modernize. It's just a question of how do you do it in a way that it's not too much too fast.
Yeah, and I just want to let folks know what we're watching here. The processional of the Queen's casket will begin shortly and is underway actually right now. We're seeing it come out of the chapel. It is draped with the Royal Standard flag and also has a wreath of white flowers on top of it. Yesterday it was moved from Balmoral Estate, where she passed away last week, and now begins a procession, which also begins a long process of mourning there in Britain, throughout the UK, as well as in the Commonwealths, and of course, through the globe. So many people have discussed what she meant to them, who may not be of her native land, but have felt that they have grown up alongside her or know her and her family. So this is certainly a very poignant moment right now. And there we see King Charles III, who is just a few days into his new role, a role he's been waiting for a while. He was 4 years old when Queen Elizabeth had her coronation service, and he was in the pew there as a 4-year-old. So this is something he has certainly known was in front of him most of his life. Sarah, our royal reporter outside Buckingham Palace, when people reflect on these images and have been reflecting on these images for the last few days, could you describe what some of the people you've talked to or met with have been feeling at this moment?
Yeah, and Rhonda, just looking at the King's face there, I almost noticed an intake of breath as his mother's coffin was placed into the hearse to begin its journey to St Giles's Cathedral. He, of course, was in London yesterday when she arrived at the Palace of Holyrood House. His daughter, Princess Anne, had travelled with her that 6-hour journey, and she curtsied as her mother's coffin was carried into the Palace of Holyrood House. This is where it really becomes real for members of the royal family, as well as for members of the public watching. The Duke of York, talking to well-wishers outside Balmoral over the weekend, said, "We've had her for one day, now we begin the process of handing her on." And this is the continuation of that process now, as the Queen's coffin will process along the Royal Mile, just a short distance, to St Giles's Cathedral. It will take around 20 minutes. And they will make that way to St Giles's Cathedral, where she will be carried into that cathedral. A service of prayer and reflection will take place, and then she will lie in rest there for 24 hours to allow the people of Scotland to pay their respects. And this part of the process only comes into play because of where the Queen died. It was always the plan for Charles to visit different parts of the United Kingdom. Operation Springtide, it is known as. But because the Queen died at Balmoral, this is enacted Operation Unicorn, the Scottish part of the plan, the overarching London Bridge plan, which has meant that she has had time at the Palace of Holyrood House for those who worked for her for many, many years, decades, to say their goodbyes, and now for the people of Scotland to come and say their goodbyes before she makes that journey tomorrow back to London to lie and rest at Buckingham Palace first and allow those members of her royal household here to pay their respects and say their goodbyes before she then makes her way to Westminster Hall and the big public element of this 4.5 days where she will lie in state at Westminster Hall. I'm just looking at the pictures now. Rhonda, the King, his siblings there, who will be travelling behind their mother's coffin as it makes that very solemn journey from the Palace of Holyrood House, her official residence in Scotland, to St Giles's Cathedral.
James, Sarah made a great point about this moment and this one we're watching right now and what it means for Charles. And if you look at his face, it may say so many things. Sometimes we forget that this is a family that just lost their mother and their grandmother.
Yeah, that's his mom in there. And this St. Giles, there's so much history that they're experiencing today as the procession here begins. This is a procession, this is a tradition, Rhonda, that dates back to the Middle Ages. And so Charles isn't just looking at his mother and the head of state. He is looking at, this is his family's tree, destiny, and they're in the Scottish Highlands on this autumnal day. A minute ago you could see a cutaway shot of the mountains there, and there were all sorts of people who were standing on the mountaintops to get a peek at this procession, which we have not seen in more than 70 years. The gentlemen there wearing the kilts are wearing the same kind of kilts they would have worn 300 years ago, and there's not many things in our world today where there's that much history. It makes our country, the United States, seem young. We're not even 250 years old yet. But there's so much history, and so all of that, the weight of history, as Charles said in his speech earlier to the Scottish Parliament, is weighing on him as he sees his mother there with that wreath of flowers and flag atop her casket.
Yeah, for those just tuning in, we are watching the beginning of the processional of Queen Elizabeth's casket, and we'll let these images breathe just for a few moments. Lee Powell is right there where this is all happening. Lee, what are your takeaways and reflections right now?
Well, hello, Rhonda, once again from Edinburgh outside the Palace of Holyrood House. You can maybe hear behind me that orders being shouted. We've heard processions, we've heard music, and so it's definitely getting underway. I think that a little bit of a change of plan where we are stationed right now has been cordoned off. The driveway outside of the gate here. I think a last-minute change of plan had happened, and the procession will in fact not be passing right by where I am sitting, but going out another entrance, another gate outside of Holyrood House, up the Royal Mile to St. Giles Cathedral. I have to tell you that the wind has picked up, the breeze has picked up here. The sun again keeps peeking in and out of the clouds. What you are not being able to see right now, if your camera is trained on that procession getting underway, I can look behind, in front of me. There's a cliff that overlooks Edinburgh, and there are almost a solid line of people that have hiked up to the top of this cliff and are now lined up looking over this scene, over Edinburgh, to see what is happening below at this moment. So there are people lining cliffs above Edinburgh, and there are people lining the Royal Mile where this procession is now getting underway, and will go up the Royal Mile about halfway to St. Giles Cathedral, where the Queen will lie at rest for the next 24 hours, starting later this evening. It is not a point that I can see from where I am in terms of crowds along the Royal Mile, but I'm sure they will become evident as that procession gets underway. What you're going to see is this official party of King Charles, of his mother, in that casket, in that coffin. They'll be flanked by the King's bodyguard for Scotland, the Royal Company of Archers and the Guard of Honour. And you're going to hear minute guns fired as the procession makes its way up the Royal Mile. And the last round will fire as the hearse stops outside of St. Giles Cathedral. There will be a 3 o'clock service that will happen there, a program, a worship service of remembrance, and then the lying at rest for the public will begin around 5 and will last for about 24 hours into Tuesday, when of course the Queen's coffin will then go by plane down to London. So things are getting underway as we knew they would, on time here in Edinburgh, as the Queen is getting underway up the Royal Mile with that procession. And you will be hearing guns, you will be hearing other markings of this event as she goes into St. Giles Cathedral. Rhonda, we'll send it back to you.
Thanks so much, Lee. We'll let this moment we'll take a pause here just so viewers can take this in. Our colleague Lee Paul said people are just trying to gather anywhere they can to see this on the cliffs and just be a part of this moment in history. With us outside of Buckingham Palace is watching this as well. Sarah, our colleague Lee Powell just told us that people are lining the cliffs to see this. What does that say to you about how, people want to be a part of this?
Yeah, just looking at those pictures, Rhonda, you can see people, the whole of the pavement, the sidewalk packed, people climbing up onto roofs and balconies in order to get a glimpse of this. I mean, this is a moment in history, this ceremonial procession making its way very slowly along the Royal Mile from the Palace of Holyrood House to Edinburgh Castle. the Queen's coffin, draped in the Royal Standard of Scotland. And following that, her son, now King Charles III, her daughter, Princess Anne, Prince Andrew, and Prince Edward. Now, you'll note, Rhonda, that 3 of her children are in military uniform. The Duke of York, Prince Andrew, is not. And a decision has been taken today and announced by Buckingham Palace today that only working members of the royal family will wear military uniform at the 5 ceremonial events during the Queen's period of mourning and the state funeral. So Prince Andrew, as a non-working member of the royal family, is not wearing uniform. There will be one occasion where he does, and that is during the final vigil that will take place later on this week at Westminster Hall, and the decision has been taken that he will wear uniform then as a mark of respect to the Queen. And you can see making that very slow progress along the Royal Mile. Crowds there taking in the moment. It's very, very quiet, just listening to the horses. A dog interrupting there, the silence as the Queen's coffin passes. I'd like to think for someone who loved dogs and with a mischievous sense of humour, she'd have liked that moment.
You know, James, I've covered several state funerals here. You know, when notable or elected officials in government here die, you know, there is a little bit of pomp, but certainly nothing to this level. Yeah, what are your thoughts right now, just looking at this?
Yeah, absolutely. A couple thoughts. The first is that the crowd is much more diverse than it would have been 70 years ago. You know, that really over the last 2 decades, just because of a wave of immigration, the complexion of Scotland and the UK has really changed. I also can't help but see the mix between old and new. Obviously, the body is in a car, but you also have the horses ahead, and you mentioned the state funerals here in the United States, Rhonda, and it's we also see the cell phone cameras there too. Everyone wanting to snap a picture to be a part of history. Obviously, the last time that this happened, 70 years ago, the idea of cell phones would have been inconceivable. You know, the telephone was a pretty new invention, and now it's just such a part of these rope lines that everyone is trying to snap pictures on their iPhones, and it is a reminder of just how much the world has changed since Princess Elizabeth became Queen Elizabeth, and now this really is this mile is the end of an era. A page is turning this week in a very long chapter of the royal story, and you know, it's also striking just how they're moving methodically but slowly. The horses and everyone is basically marching, including the members of the royal family, the children of the Queen walking behind that Mercedes.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack in these images, and the fact that there isn't really anything globally that can compare to this really underscores what type of moment this is. And Sarah also just shared that detail with us that Prince Andrew will not be wearing his military clothes in any of these proceedings except for one, and that was a decision made by the palace. That also shows you that there's a lot of thought, incredible detail that goes into something like this.
And I wonder if that was a decision made by the Queen before she passed. She obviously would have been briefed on all of the funeral arrangements, would have had some hand in thinking it through, or if that was a decision made by Charles, who now is the head of the family and the head of the sovereign.
Yeah, and I remember when we covered Prince Philip's funeral last year, that was also a question about if Harry or Andrew would be able to wear some of the clothing or medals that other royals were able to wear. It always seems to be a question mark, but it also tells you that this is a family with their own issues as well. You know, everyone has those types of issues with their family.
And imagine, everyone does have those issues with their family. Imagine if 1 billion people were familiar with the intricate details of your family dynamics and tension. You know, last year with the Prince Philip funeral, the BBC on all of its channels preempted coverage to carry the funeral, and there were reports of more than 100,000 Britons complaining that their programs had been interrupted for the Queen's husband's death. And I'd be surprised if there were any complaints about the preemption for this ceremony, which, you know, for this woman who has been the mother of this family, but also the mother of this nation for 7 decades.
Yeah, that's right. That's a good point. It seems like everyone, from what we're seeing, everyone wants to be involved in this. You know, as you mentioned, you see a lot of cameras, cell phone cameras up. And Lee Powell told us that people are lining up and trying to see this from an aerial view. So, pretty important moment right now.
And it really is, you know, you don't want to impute too much, but the Queen didn't let it rain. You know, rain was in the forecast. It is this autumnal day. Lee was telling us about the breeze, but the weather it looks crisp and picture perfect for this ancient ceremony.
And Sarah, this is all taking place, or at least the beginning of this process is taking place in Scotland. What do you think it means for the people there?
Well, I think this is really important, Rhonda. As we were discussing, this procession would not have been part of the plan had the Queen died in Windsor or in Sandringham in Norfolk, for example. But because she died in her beloved Balmoral, the people of Scotland have had a much greater opportunity to say goodbye, and they have come out in their thousands, tens, hundreds of thousands of people lining the streets of Scotland yesterday as the Queen's procession made its way from Balmoral to Edinburgh, even seeing a guard of honour of tractors and of horses along the way. And now today, as she makes her way from her official residence to St Giles's Cathedral, flanked by the bearer party, the Royal Archers Company, and followed behind by her children, led by Charles, her eldest son, now King Charles III, leading his 3 siblings, Princess Anne, Prince Andrew, Prince Edward, the Princess Royal, the Duke of York, and the Earl of Wessex, to give them their titles. The Queen Consort and the Countess of Wessex following on in cars behind. It's a short distance, but taken at a respectful pace to allow all of those who have gathered, packed onto the pavements, sitting atop of roofs and balconies. And as you were describing, that dichotomy here of the very old traditions and the modern, all you can see in that crowd is a wave of phones being held up to record this moment, a moment in history that they are witnessing here. One more journey for the Queen to make in Scotland tomorrow, after she lies in rest for 24 hours at St Giles's Cathedral, to allow some of those many, many thousands who've gathered on the streets to say their private goodbyes as she lies in rest inside the cathedral building. And then tomorrow she will be driven to Edinburgh Airport, where she will be flown home aboard an RAF plane to RAF Northolt here in London. And accompanying her then, as we saw yesterday, will be her daughter, Princess Anne.
You know, Sarah, one thing that has stood out to me in conversations with people over the last few days is just how much shock everyone was in. And of course, the Queen was 96, and we had heard reports for at least the last few months, if not a year, that, you know, her health had been back and forth. But when the news actually happened, it took a lot of people by surprise, both here and also, of course, from the dispatches we're getting where you are.
Yes, Rhonda, not a surprise given the age of the Queen, but still a shock nonetheless. I was in Balmoral last week, on Tuesday and Wednesday of last week, as the Queen received Boris Johnson, her 14th outgoing Prime Minister, and welcomed her 15th Prime Minister, Liz Truss. Completing that very key constitutional duty, the transition of power between one Prime Minister to the next. And photographs were issued. We hadn't seen the Queen for many weeks as she had enjoyed her summer break in Balmoral. And that photograph was published of a smiling, radiant-looking Queen, frail but radiant. And no one then predicted what would unfold within the course of the next 48 hours. A new Prime Minister and a new monarch. It has been a week like no other in the history of this nation. And I think that has been reflected in the shock that people have felt. And Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister, described the almost childlike sense that despite her age, she would just go on and on. And I think that is a feeling that was shared by so many people, that they couldn't imagine a Britain without Queen Elizabeth II on the throne. And that is now what people are coming to terms with, and the role that her son has to play amid his private grief and private mourning to prepare the country for a new era, a new reign, with him as head of state.
And for those just joining us, we are watching the processional of Queen Elizabeth II's casket. It has left the palace of Holyrood House and is on the way to St. Giles Cathedral, where there will be a service. And as our reporter on the ground in front of Buckingham Palace has been saying, that it's a short distance, but this is such a poignant and moving time, a lot of poignant images that we're seeing right now. Sarah, you mentioned about where you were when you heard the news, and you talked about Balmoral estate where she died. Tell us a little bit about the history and why that was such a significant part of not only her life, but royal life. It was a place where they took holidays. It was a beloved place for her. Tell us more about it.
Yes, going back to Queen Victoria's reign, and it had been a place that the Queen had visited since she was a tiny girl, and it was home. It was a place where she was able to be free, where she relaxed, where she could be in that beautiful and very dramatic landscape that we saw yesterday and was broadcast to the world. And someone said to me, now I get it. Now I get why she loved that part of the world so much. It was also a part of the world that was beloved of her husband, the late Duke of Edinburgh. Their granddaughter, Princess Eugenie, described it as the place they were at their happiest. It is a place where she relaxed. She spent her summers surrounded by her family. It's said that she hung up her crown when she entered the gates of Balmoral Castle, and instead she'd swap it for her headscarf and her tartan skirt. She was a countrywoman through and through. Had she not unexpectedly had to ascend to the throne, think she would have loved to have been a countrywoman surrounded by her horses and dogs. And she got that in Scotland. And it is very fitting that that is the place that she spent her final weeks and the place where she died. And it is the place where her family were able to come together, say goodbye to her, and have that one last day with her before handing her on to the nation for these formalities, the ceremonials, the state funeral to come on the 19th of September. It is also a very poignant place because it is where Princes William and Harry were when they learnt the news of their mother's death, and where the Queen cared for them. Prince William, referring to that in his statement following the death of his grandmother, talked about her being beside him at the happiest times, but also in his saddest of days. And she was criticised at the time for not returning to London, not being there in public to show the nation that she too shared their grief. But her daughter, Princess Anne, has spoken and said she absolutely did the right thing then. Her sole focus was on the well-being of her two grandsons who had just lost their mother. But this summer has been a summer like every other for Her Majesty, receiving members of her family, going out picnicking with them, surrounded by her dogs, spending time in the countryside. And now she is making this ceremonial journey to allow the people of Scotland, that land she loved so much, to say their goodbyes to their Queen, Queen of Scots. And tomorrow, then 24 hours later, she will begin that journey back to England, back to London, back to Buckingham Palace, and then on to Westminster, where she will lie in state for 4 days to allow members of the public here to say their goodbyes. And we can see those crowds packed onto the Royal Mile there. Likewise, it has been the same here at Buckingham Palace, as people come to feel a need to be together and share in the moment at a time like this.
Sarah, as you mentioned, the Queen's casket will be taken to London for the middle of this week, where people will be able to pay their respects there. Are you seeing, if you could describe to us what type of preparations you're seeing there on the ground for that moment and some of the events happening later on in the week?
Parts of London are almost unrecognisable, Rhonda. Roads closed, fences going up, huge amount of preparation for what is to come, with the lying in state in Westminster Hall and the funeral and the procession that will lead from Buckingham Palace to Westminster Hall, to Westminster Abbey, and then on to Windsor. This is on a scale that we have never seen before. The lying in state at Westminster Hall, the palace estimates some 500,000 people may come to file past the coffin. But it's thought it could even be more than that. They are warning people to expect very, very long queues, not just an hour, not just 2 or 3 hours, up to 20 hours potentially, throughout the night for some. But there is an expectation that those kind of numbers will come. In 2002, after the death of the Queen Mother, when she lay in state, 200,000 people filed past her coffin, something that the royal household hadn't anticipated. And when the Queen's late father died, some 300,000 people paid their respects to him queues 4 miles long in order to be a part of that process of mourning. And we're going to see that play out. And in fact, we're going to see that play out this evening as well in St Giles's Cathedral, because we will have what is known as the Vigil of the Princes, and that will be the Queen's children standing guard around her coffin later on this evening, paying their respects. And we will see that repeated again at Westminster Hall on Friday.
Sarah, I want you to stay with us, but we're going to bring in our Post colleague, Kevin Sullivan, who has been reporting on these days there in Britain, the transition between the death of Queen Elizabeth and the beginning of the reign of King Charles. Kevin, thank you for joining us. You met the Queen before. What was that like?
It was a great day, actually. I was the Post correspondent here in London from 2005 to 2009. In 2007, the Queen was going to the United States for a trip, and before she left, she invited a few Americans who were living in London to come to Buckingham Palace and meet her and Prince Philip, and it was just hysterical. I was planning to write a story about meeting the Queen, and I went through the receiving line and I took her hand and said, "Hello, Your Majesty," and she said absolutely nothing. And I thought, oh my God, I'm going to have to write a story about meeting the Queen where the Queen says nothing. So I said, "I hope you enjoy your trip." And she said, "Thank you." And it wasn't much, but the Queen and I, we talked, we chatted, and that was enough so I could tell my mother that I talked to the Queen, and she talked back. It was great. It was a great evening. A little bit later, there was an American there. She had such a wicked sense of humor. She was really very funny. And there was a guy there who had kind of insinuated himself into this small group where the Queen was. And the Queen met him. He wasn't supposed to be there. And she looked at him and she said, "And what do you do?" And he went on this long riff about how he sold pancake and waffle mix, mainly in the Middle East, but a little bit in the UK. And he went on and on and on. And the Queen looked at him straight in the eye and said, "Isn't it interesting what people will eat?" And then she turned around and walked off and left the guy standing there. It was very, very funny. She had a wonderful sense of humor, and it was great to meet her.
Those are great reflections, Kevin. You've been writing on how this is a fragile moment right now for Britain. What have you found?
Well, it is a fragile moment. It's a moment of a bit of unease, uncertainty. Some people have called it an identity crisis. I think that's overstating it. I think what we have is a country where you have a new prime minister and a new monarch within the span of 48 hours. At the same time, you have war in Europe. You have, the war in Ukraine, which no one expected in 2022 there would be a war in Europe. You have rising fuel prices, rising energy prices, and people are worried about how they're going to heat their homes in a way that someone told me we never thought we were going to have trouble heating our homes, and all of a sudden we are. So I think there's just a little bit of uncertainty here in a way that they haven't felt in a long time. It's been coming. I talked to a woman who said she's 76, and she said when she was a little girl in 1953, her family bought a little tiny black and white TV so they could watch Queen Elizabeth's coronation. And she said it was such an innocent time. All the neighbors came over and they all dressed up in ties and fancy dresses, and I had a little frilly dress on. It's just this very, very innocent time, but we all felt confident. We all felt good. We just won a war. It was a great victory, and we felt like the country was moving in the right direction. And she said now, suddenly, there's just this feeling, especially after Brexit and all that's happened in the past week, that like who are we and where are we going, and what's the direction of our country, and who's going to take us there? Obviously, Liz Truss is it's too soon to really know about her. She was elected by so few, fewer than 100,000 Brits in the Conservative Party. People don't really know her yet. They don't know whether to be confident or not. And the opinion polls say that at least to start, they are not confident at all. So it just adds to this sense of just a little bit of unease here.
And Kevin and Sarah as well, stay with us, but we're going to take a pause here. The Queen's casket has arrived. to St. Giles Cathedral, where a service will be underway soon. So let's just watch these images. Right now, the Queen's body has reached St. Giles Cathedral in Edinburgh, Scotland. A service of remembrance led by Reverend Callum MacLeod will be underway shortly. And this service will, of course, be attended by the new King Charles III, as well as his siblings. The Queen's casket is draped with the Royal Standard of Scotland. And on top, you see a wreath of white flowers as it makes its way into the cathedral. We have royal reporter Sarah Houston there in Buckingham Palace, in front of Buckingham Palace. Sarah, you're a royal reporter. Obviously, you follow this family, the monarchy. What does this moment mean for you right now as you watch this?
I think this, as we saw yesterday with that first sighting of the coffin, is where it becomes real for people. The Queen's oak coffin, shrouded in the Royal Standard of Scotland, being carried by a bearer party of the Royal Regiment of Scotland into St Giles Cathedral. Atop it, a wreath of flowers from the Balmoral estate. And once inside, the Crown of Scotland will be placed on top of her coffin.
Sarah, it appears that the service is getting started right now. Could you describe to us what we're seeing, who we are seeing?
You can see the bearer party of the Royal Regiment of Scotland now, Rhonda, carrying the Queen's coffin up the steps. The King talked about the weight of responsibility earlier. Well, what a weight of responsibility these young men are carrying right now as they carry the Queen, our late monarch's body, her coffin, into St Giles Cathedral in Edinburgh to allow the people of Scotland to say their goodbyes and their thanks in this service of Thanksgiving. We can see the King accompanied by the Queen Consort now and his siblings walking behind in procession after the coffin as it makes its way through the cathedral and through the congregation to begin this service. Princess Anne there, her husband, Admiral Sir Tim Lawrence, the Duke of York, the Earl and Countess of Wessex.
I welcome all of you to St Giles Cathedral, the High Kirk, this ancient parish church of Edinburgh. Welcome to all around the world who are watching this service being broadcast. Here at St Giles, John Knox confronted Mary, Queen of Scots. Here, James VI argued about liturgy. Here, Oliver Cromwell preached. Here, Parliament sometimes met. Here, our late Queen received the honours of Scotland, and the stone of destiny rested on its return to Scotland. We are graced by the presence of the King and members of the royal family. Present here are representatives of our nation's life. Present here are people whose lives were touched by the Queen in so many unforgettable ways. And so we gather to bid Scotland's farewell to our late monarch, whose life of service to the nation and the world we celebrate, and whose love for Scotland was legendary. Let us worship God.
Right now we are watching the beginning of the service it is called the Service of Thanksgiving for the Life of Her Majesty the Queen. It's taking place in Edinburgh, Scotland, at St Giles Cathedral. Sarah, our royal reporter, is in front of Buckingham Palace and watching these images with us right now. Sarah, I'm just struck by some of these images and the fact that we haven't seen them ever really in our lifetime and a funeral of this magnitude. And this is really only the start of the next week of mourning. What do you think people will learn as we go through the next few days about the monarchy, about the royal family, by just watching these events play out?
Rhonda, it's interesting you describing this as just a start, because as I watched the Queen's coffin being carried into St Giles's Cathedral, followed by her children, that same thought went through my mind. This is just the beginning for them of a long period of mourning, and this is just part of the build-up until that state funeral that takes place in Westminster Abbey here in London on the 19th of September. And there is so much that will unfold over the coming days as the Queen's body, her coffin, is moved from Scotland to England to London to lie and rest in Westminster Hall, where members of the public will be able to pay their respects there, as they will in Scotland this evening. And we're seeing some of the ancient traditions of monarchy being played out here. The coffin bearing the Royal Standard of Scotland and the Crown of Scotland placed atop it. A wreath of 9 different flowers: white roses, freesias, chrysanthemums, dried white heather, some taken from the Balmoral estate, for this ceremony led by Reverend Callum MacLeod, who described this as being Scotland's farewell to our monarch and a celebration of a life of service and her love of Scotland. And later this evening we will see another old tradition, and that is the vigil of the princes And that dates back to the death of King George V in 1936. And it will see the King and his siblings mount a vigil around the coffin there as we see it in St Giles's Cathedral. A similar vigil took place after the death of the Queen Mother in 2002. 4 of her grandsons, Prince Charles, Andrew and Edward, and David Armstrong-Jones, who was the Queen's sister, Princess Margaret's son, stood vigil around her coffin. Some very powerful images.
Yes.
And for that 24-hour period while this coffin lies in rest in St Giles's Cathedral, a vigil will be mounted constantly by the Royal Company of Archers.
And Sarah, please stay with us, and we want to bring in another guest. We have Lewis Goodall. He is the host of the News Agents podcast, and he joins us from London. Lewis, thank you for being with us. As you see the images right now that we've been talking about, what's on your mind?
Well, I think the really interesting thing about these current images and the last few days, where so much of the focus has been on Scotland and on Edinburgh, and that's not just because of where the Queen had her last breath in Balmoral Castle. It reminds us that the United Kingdom is at its heart a union of two crowns, the English crown and the Scottish crown. And the Queen and the royal family embody that. And obviously, because we haven't seen these scenes for many, many years, for many decades, you can see in St Giles's now, you can see all of the top echelons of Scottish society. Whether it is the Scottish Church, for which the King or Queen is the head, but you see all of the political people as well. You see Nicola Sturgeon, First Minister. You see people like Alex Salmond, the former First Minister of Scotland. All of the Scottish society and establishment there to pay their respects to the Queen of Scotland, not just the Queen of the United Kingdom, the Queen of Scotland, Elizabeth, Queen of Scots, as she's known. Because the thing about the United Kingdom is we've known, in many ways, politically, it has been pulling apart in recent years. There is an increasing difference between politics in England and in Scotland. We saw that with the Brexit referendum, for example. And there has been a lot of speculation and a lot of concern from unionists within the UK and monarchists as well, that when the Queen died, who had been that kind of last glue that really bound the United Kingdom together, that something may go with her, and the union would be in peril as never before. That may well play out. But I think what has been striking in the last few days is just how unionist and how integral to the United Kingdom Scotland has seemed. And that is because, really, as I say, the monarchy is one of the last true institutions which stretches across the UK. Parliament, got its own parliament now, it has its own judicial system, education system, whatever. But the monarchy is universal.
For everything there is a season and a time for every matter under heaven, a time to be born and a time to die, a time to plant and a time to pluck up what is planted, a time to kill and a time to heal, a time to break down and a time to build up, a time to weep and a time to laugh, a time to mourn and a time to dance, a time to throw away stones and a time to gather stones together, a time to embrace and a time to refrain from embracing, a time to seek and a time to lose, a time to keep and a time to throw away, a time to tear and a time to sow, a time to keep silence and a time to speak, a time to love and a time to hate, a time for war and a time for peace. What gain have the workers from their toil? I have seen the business that God has given to everyone to be busy with. He has made everything suitable for its time. Moreover, he has put a sense of past and future into their minds, yet they cannot find out what God has done from the beginning to the end. I know that there is nothing better for them than to be happy and enjoy themselves as long as they live. Moreover, it is God's gift that all should eat and drink and take pleasure in all their toil. I know that whatever God does endures forever. Nothing can be added to it, nor anything taken from it. God has done this so that all should stand in awe before him. That which is already has been, that which is to be already is, and God seeks out what has gone by. Here ends the first lesson.
It was nice to meet you, to see you, and come for a coffee one day. It's always Edinburgh, so I'll invite you. See you soon. 还说上面可以走天。
soon. And that's all going to come back out again after the sale.
So is there any way to cross?
See up there where the yellow signs are? That's the crossing point, but it's closed. I don't know when it'll open again. Maybe if you go and speak to those officers, I don't know because I've not been on that point.
Okay.
But the yellow signs, that's the crossing point, and you can ask them when it opens, alright?
Okay, thank you. 从那边上面，它上面那块有一个那个是那块儿，但是它封住了。
It's
To be comforting for a lot of people, but remember also that Scotland's in an interesting moment here as well. The Queen loved Scotland, and as you see in this ceremony, a lot of that was very much returned. And Charles doesn't yet have that same sort of popularity among the people. Now, in fairness, he hasn't had 70 years on the crown to develop it and to earn it. But still, as of this moment, the jury's still out a bit on how popular he will be as a monarch. I mean, his mother was so popular. And in Scotland, it poses some interesting questions. The Scots are feisty people. They like the Queen, but there's a fierce nationalistic streak. There's a yearning for independence among an awful lot of people. And people I've been talking to have been saying they wonder if this opens a little space for maybe people who would never have dreamed of voting for independence under the Queen, because it would have been voting against the Queen, who very much wants to keep the Union together. Maybe they feel maybe this opens a little opportunity for them if they feel a little bit less affection for Prince Charles. I mean, it all remains to be seen.
In your discussions with people you've interviewed there, talking about Charles' popularity, what are people saying? Are they raising any specific concerns? Are they feeling just a sense of sympathy right now? Do you sense that sympathy may change after this mourning period is over?
I think this is a strange moment to be even talking about this, because at this moment, everyone just feels bad for the family and what they're going through, and for the country. People feel would like to give them a moment here to get through all that they're feeling. But Charles, for a long time, in an interesting way, Charles was ahead of his time. He was talking about organic farming and climate change and all those things decades ago, when people thought he was kooky. And it turns out, a lot of what he was talking about then is just now mainstream thinking. So, I think people here are familiar with Charles. They've known him for a long time. They find him a little less reassuring than the presence of his mother, who was so totally steady, never changed a bit. And remember that in his role as Prince Charles was freer to speak, to express his views. To a certain extent, he was still constrained by tradition, but he could talk about climate change. He could talk about architecture. He could talk about all kinds of things that weigh in and voice his opinion in a way that made him some friends and made him some enemies as well. I mean, there were people who didn't like what he was saying. So he's been around for a long time, expressing a lot of opinions, and for anyone in that position, you can't quite be universally loved.
And right now we're seeing scenes of the royal family. They've departed from St. Giles Cathedral, where a service of Thanksgiving just happened. This is a part of a multi-day or multi-week multi-day in 1 week process where we'll see a lot of memorializing of Queen Elizabeth II. Kevin, about Scotland, I know you've talked about how there was a lot of support for her there, but they do have their own identity as well. I think I'm hearing applause from folks there in the crowd right now who are watching the cars go by. When this is looked back at in history, the fact that the Queen's death happened in Scotland, that the formal proceedings of her funeralizing played out in Scotland, how do you think history will look at that? And is it significant?
I think her significance transcends Scotland. I mean, I think obviously it's interesting, but you're talking about people clapping along the way. It's a self-selecting group. People who come out to watch the funeral. Remember that the nationalists, the independence folks are not there. So I don't know that it's. I think it was probably important that she died in Scotland because it was so close to her heart. Balmoral was a place that she absolutely loved, and it just seems quite fitting that would be where she ended her life. So I think when people look back on this in 100 years, they probably will remember maybe that she died in Scotland, but her contribution to the larger United Kingdom will be the thing that I think people really remember. She's managed to keep it together among very, very difficult times. Even in Northern Ireland, still reeling from Brexit, these 5 years later, 5 or 6 years after Brexit, there's still questions of trade and borders and identity, Irish identity and British identity, and those things are still playing out, and they're far, far, far from settled. But in the Queen's lifetime, the Union has basically held together the four nations, and I think she'll be remembered for that, for her continuity, for 70 years of continuous, a steady, admirable, beloved service. I think that's the thing about her.
And Kevin, lastly, from your reporting this week, are there any conversations you've had or any moments you've witnessed that might let people who are watching this and who aren't there and maybe not really familiar with all the going-ons right now, that would enlighten them? Anything you'd be able to share from your reporting with us?
Well, I think the scene that we keep seeing is the scene in front of Buckingham Palace, and I was there yesterday morning, and I was walking around and looking at the flowers, and I thought, wow, I thought there would be more, because I was remembering the pictures from when Diana died. All the floral tributes there were overwhelming. And then someone reminded me that every few hours they take them all away so that they don't rot. And so what I was seeing was just what had been there for the past couple of hours. And that is extraordinary. I mean, you see people a mile away from Buckingham Palace walking along with flowers under their arm because the roads are closed. You can't really drive to the palace now. But you see people who are willing to walk an awful long way to drop flowers there. It's very impressive.
Kevin Sullivan, thank you so much for joining us and sharing those thoughts and your reporting with us.
My pleasure. Thank you.
James, in the service we just watched, I noticed that there were some themes, and we know that Queen Elizabeth and the palace as well has spent a lot of time likely on the details present in these services that we've seen and will see. It seemed like there were some themes of transition in some of the scripture readings and some of the song choices. What were your takeaways in watching the service?
Yeah, I think that we heard a lot of emphasis, starting with Reverend Callum MacLeod at the top, emphasizing the Queen's love for Scotland, how important it is to her. But I thought one of the key moments substantively of that service was when Nicola Sturgeon, the First Minister of Scotland, stood up and read a lengthy passage from Ecclesiastes. It's there's a time to heal, there's a time to die, and Sturgeon is agitating for months to have a second referendum vote. She's in June announced that she wanted to hold it on October 19th, 2023. Not necessarily to get rid of the king, but to move toward, it would be non-binding, to move toward independence. But today, as one of the other speakers who wasn't Sturgeon said, we are united in sorrow. And so you saw that unity of sorrow, but also that, the Ecclesiastes felt like a very relevant passage, which is that there is a time to change, that there are different seasons, and we are entering this new season.
With us right now, White House reporter Matt Visor. Matt, confirmation from the White House this weekend that President Biden is expected to attend the Queen's funeral in London next Monday. It says that he'll be going, as well as the First Lady. What do we know about those plans?
So we know that President Biden is scheduled to leave the United States this Saturday in preparation for the funeral on Monday. All that they've confirmed so far is that it is the President and the First Lady who are going on the trip. So no other details if the U.S. delegation is any larger or if it's just the two of them. But President Biden does expect to be at the funeral on Monday.
And if you could talk a little bit about Biden's relationship with the Queen. I know he immediately put out a statement about his reflections upon the news of her death. What do we know about their relationship and what he's been thinking about it this week?
It's interesting, Rhonda. He is an Irishman to the core. He takes great pride in his Irish heritage. He's written that his mother told him never to bow before the Queen. He's also talked about how his mother once would not sleep in the bed at a hotel that she understood that the Queen had formerly stayed at because she didn't want to sleep in, take a chance of sleeping in the same bed that the Queen once did. So his family is sort of very Irish. And so Biden's reference for the Queen is sort of interesting here, where after they met last year, he compared her to his mother, which is kind of one of the biggest compliments that Biden can give to someone. And so they did have a warm exchange a year ago. It was the second instance where he met her. He also met the Queen in 1982 when he was part of a Senate delegation. So they met twice over the years. He did not bow, heeding to his mother's admonishment in either occasion. But since then, he's sort of remarked on the Queen and her importance. His statement was quite lofty. He referenced her yesterday in remarks about September 11th in the anniversary here. So I think there's an interesting and complicated relationship that Biden brings to the Queen. But of course, he will be traveling there for the funeral. He also potentially could meet the King. He was the 13th U.S. president to meet with the Queen in her long history, and he will be the first U.S. president to meet with the new King.
Matt Visor, thank you so much for sharing those points with us.
Thank you.
James, we are going to see a lot more. This was just the start, really, of this processional and then other events that will take place over the next few days. If you could walk us through what we'll be seeing, some of those key moments to expect.
Yeah, so tomorrow, Rhonda, Charles is off to Northern Ireland, and then he goes to Wales. He is joined by Prime Minister Liz Truss, who just started on the job last week. And both of them face this major test as they try to hold together the kingdom. You see a schedule there on the screen. Kevin Sullivan made a really good point about how the crowd that we saw that was applauding was self-selecting. These are people who support the monarchy. Our colleague Bill Booth, who's on the ground there along the parade route, said that there were some isolated boos. There was also a woman who was arrested on Sunday night for holding a sign that said "Down with imperialism and abolish the monarchy." Charles is going to face some more of that in Northern Ireland. It's an area that has really struggled post-Brexit. It is having a real identity crisis. There are still unresolved issues related to trade. Liz Truss, when she was Foreign Secretary, was tasked with trying to resolve a lot of those issues in negotiating with the European Union. So there are very real challenges that overlay this tour of the kingdom and the realm. And you think about it, this ceremony that we just saw hasn't happened in 70 years. When it happened last time, Elizabeth going from princess to queen was 26 years old. Here Charles is taking on this job at 73, and it is a very different kingdom and a very different dynamic that he's going to have to navigate over the next few days, and we'll watch it all together.
Yeah, and if you think about it and have read her history, she had a lot of support after her father died and she took the throne, whereas her son now is taking it at a very uncertain time. We just talked to Kevin and others about his popularity or lack of enthusiasm by some there who may not have the same feelings about him that they did with her, but he'll have to build it, whereas she kind of took over the throne and it was already there, that support.
Absolutely.
All right, well, thank you to all of my colleagues who have been with us. You have been watching a live report of the service of Thanksgiving for the life of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, live from St. Giles Cathedral in Edinburgh, Scotland. We'll be live in London on Wednesday morning as the Queen continues her journey across the UK to her final resting place at Windsor Castle. I want to thank my colleagues in Edinburgh and at Buckingham Palace, as well as here in the newsroom of the Washington Post. I'm Rhonda Colvin, and we will leave you with these pictures from St. Giles as the Queen lies at rest.
You'll see the queue coming up here. Just follow the queue that way. So when would they end up this queue here? Yeah, that's the final point before you come in. Yeah, at the start of the queue. Yeah, so you need to join the queue. Only point to join the queue. Turn it a little bit that way, but need to wait for the question.
Are you not like in the front?
At a certain point in the queue, before the queue moves on, there's only going to be a certain time. But I don't know how big the queue is coming in there. So you should do that.
unusual. Is that tech? Why is the Queen in a tent?
Side to be on was the other side, wasn't it? So we're on the wrong side. The side to be on was the other side, remember? And then we crossed over and we were just going to cross and it closed the cross sign, that's where we got stuck. Walk up here because of this. Hello. Okay, still standing. Yeah. No worries. Okay, good. No worries. Do you know what? I think they still have lots. But it might be soon because they're just waiting at lots of people to leave. I think so, yeah. I mean, but
Actually, the point to enter the queue is down at the Meadows, down near Edinburgh University. It's 10 minutes walk that way. And it's the only point to actually join the queue. You have to get a badge, this badge, to show that you've been through there. And eventually you'll come up through security. And then I think that's going to open up shortly. We're just waiting on the clear to open up the crossings again. And then once it crosses out.
Sir, excuse me. I'm trying to understand because I was told that we could cross here.
Yeah, we're just waiting to get the crossings open. It should be shortly.
Shortly. Okay. And then this white tent is where the security is.
Yeah, so to join the queue you need to go down to the Meadows, it's near Edinburgh University. But if you basically follow that queue back for about 10 minutes, that's where you get your band to join the queue.
And do you know like what time people that are in the queue they arrived? Do you have an idea?
I'm not sure. Sorry.
Thank you.
It goes off every 20 minutes.
Gets around to the floor.
Are they going to open this at some point as well, or is it just up there? Yeah, it's just up there just now. Only one place to join the queue. You have to join the queue then. In that direction, yeah. Well, yeah, 5 to 10 minutes. There's only one place to join the queue. That's to come through that head. Excuse me, can you open the barrier? Within the palace, there's also placed all the flowers at the meadows. Yeah. Oh, try across it now. Yeah.
Agora é aquela discussão. Agora é aquela discussão.
Probably 10 or 15 minutes, but you have to join the queue down at the meadows. It's about 5 or 10 minute walk that way. And then once you get to the meadows, which is like a big park, it's next to Edinburgh University, you get a wristband. Once you've got the wristband, you can join the queue. You should come back up through that security tent. But there's only one way to get in. You have to join the queue at the meadows. So if you cross the road where everyone's crossing, and you head down that way, it's down that direction. It's about a 5 minute walk. You ask them our police officer down there, direction, it's in that way. The queue, so I'm sure that we time and rest there for 24 hours. Depends how long you want the queue or how long the queue is. No idea experience. have to join the queue at the Meadows, which is down that way. It's a wide 5-minute walk next to Edinburgh University. It's the only place you can join the queue to enter the peace house. Yeah, so head down that way. And there's other police officers that are going in the right direction. But down that way, you go to the Meadows, you get a wristband, and once you've got a wristband, you can join the queue. Right.
I think you better move otherwise.
Yeah.
You better move otherwise you'll be in trouble.
I've not been down there for 6 hours. So, no idea. Could be a while. I know that it's open through the night, depends how much you want to. Really depends. No, I suppose that
Exactly, could be better. It's definitely not normally like this. Exactly. Well, that's it. I was at the Holyrood Palace first thing this morning, and then I had to get to work, so I've just come back to little catch news. They're putting the barriers for. Yeah, do I need to go on to that side of the road? There, yes. I see. Yes, we're just turning off. Well, no, exactly. Nothing has changed here much. The Royals not left yet. I have to. Yeah. Oh, everyone's away. Oh, well, then there's nothing other than they're going to they'll get it ready for these things.
Hey. Okay. Okie dokie. No worries. Okie dokie. So, quarter past, yeah? No worries. Bye, bye, bye.
But the lady told me there was no more restaurants. Which sounds well, I asked, and she said follow everybody going out there. Yeah, but we've been down there. Oh! When I had this. And they said we walked all the way to the roads. Saw the next queue. Realised the distance of the house. Especially if they're anticipating to be fair, I didn't try, so I honestly I mean, it worked. I'm ashamed of you guys. Well, sure. And it's such a gorgeous day. It is. It's just, it would have been nice to see. It would be not well, I think 7 years ago, someone told me I just kind of go by what I know. Oh, and I knew more. Yeah, Waverley's that way. Yeah, so you'd be better just going down one of the little side streets. That way? Yeah.
stand here and you can go and have a break, a bathroom break or something. Yeah, you go ahead. Go find yourself. Come down, but stay here. I want to keep the position here for now.
No, but we'll also get
Yeah.
this one because it's international, yeah. But yeah, it's really
They're all done already.
Oh, right.
Well, I mean, already this morning at like 11, there was like a 3-hour queue. Yeah. Yeah, all that way, all that way. Okay. Go to the bathroom. Go. Do you want a coffee? Bits of my coffee. No. So we'll have to think about this. Yes. I've only used one battery. But also, so basically, Keith is going to do the night. What I need is I'll need you to get some rest because you're going to be really
just down there on the left.
So what we're going to do is we might come up live a little bit. You won't go too long. Then I'm going to do an end computer at 9 p.m. And then I'm probably going to go live for a few hours in the evening overnight. And then I'm going to sleep. And I'm not going to wake up tomorrow. And you'll be going to wake up early. And yeah, you'll do an end to the people queuing. And once you file that, then it's up live. And I will take it from there. Hold on, I'm just going to grab a cigarette.
always
Your Majesties, members, law officers, distinguished guests, it is with great sorrow that we gather today to mourn the passing of Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth. On behalf of all members of the Scottish Parliament, I would like to convey our sincere condolences to Your Majesty, to the Queen Consort, and to all members of the royal family, not only leading our national mourning, but grieving for a much-loved mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother. The thoughts of this Parliament and the people of Scotland are with the royal family at this time of grief. But although we meet today at this time of sadness, this moment provides us with an opportunity too to reflect on Her Majesty's remarkable life and, in particular, her bond with this Parliament. We are reminded of Her Majesty's commitment to and affection for this Parliament every time we sit. On our establishment in 1999, Her Majesty gifted the Parliament, the beautiful mace which sits in the well of the chamber. The words inscribed on it, integrity, compassion, wisdom and justice, have guided and inspired us and will continue to do so. And these values were clearly reflected throughout Her Majesty's life. Her Majesty described this Parliament as being rightly anchored in the history of Scotland and spoke of the grit, determination, humour and forthrightness of the people. These were qualities that occupied a personal place in her own and family's affections. And generations of people here in Scotland reciprocated that affection. And while today is a day of sadness, of reflection, an expression of our sincere sympathy, it is also a day to recognise and be thankful for Her Majesty's long reign, her service to this country, and her friendship to this Parliament. For in her we have indeed had a true friend and supporter, with us at every step, from our first opening ceremony in 1999 to the opening of each subsequent session, and on our important anniversaries too. The pandemic meant that our opening ceremony last year was delayed from its usual summer date to October, and COVID meant that precautions were in place. But Her Majesty was determined to join us and demonstrated the importance of her relationship with the Parliament and the people. We, 129 members, each invited a community representative, a local hero, to be a guest at that ceremony in recognition of their selfless service to those in need during the pandemic. Her Majesty stopped and spoke with every single local hero waiting for her, asking about their contribution and thanking them sincerely for their efforts. Young and old, from the length and breadth of Scotland, their delight and pride at receiving Her Majesty's time and interest was abundantly clear. A true demonstration of the time Queen Elizabeth invested in the relationship with this Parliament and the people. Parliament, I was privileged to enjoy 2 private audiences with Her Majesty following my appointment in 2021, and I very much valued her insight and her wise counsel. So while we mourn today with the royal family and with the people of Scotland and others far beyond, we also give thanks as a nation and as a Parliament for Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, Queen of Scots, for her extraordinary life and work. And before I invite the First Minister to move the motion of condolence, I would ask you to join me in 2 minutes silence, and please stand as you are able. Thank you. Thank you. Today's business is consideration of a motion of condolence in the name of Nicola Sturgeon, and I now call on Nicola Sturgeon, First Minister of Scotland, to speak to and move the motion of condolence.
Your Majesty's Presiding Officer, Members of Parliament, honoured guests, it is my solemn duty and my honour to move this motion of condolence on the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth. For people across our country, this is a time of profound sorrow. While the nation's grief is for our Queen, the royal families is for their beloved mother, grandmother and great-grandmother. Today, on behalf of the Parliament and people of Scotland, I offer my heartfelt condolences to Your Majesties and to the Duke of Rothesay, the Princess Royal, the Earls of Inverness and Forfar, and to all members of Her Majesty's wider family. When Queen Victoria died in 1901, Arthur Balfour led tributes then in the House of Commons. He commented that the grief of the country was in part because they were marking the end of an epoch, the beginning of which stretches beyond the memory of any individual whom I am now addressing. Those words are just as true for us today. Most of us simply do not remember life without the Queen. When, as Princess Elizabeth, she gave a radio broadcast from South Africa on her 21st birthday, she was addressing an empire that still included India. When she became monarch, Winston Churchill was Prime Minister. In a never-changing and often turbulent world, Her Majesty has been our constant. She has been the anchor of our nation. Our personal recollections are often intertwined with memories of her reign. I was 9 years old when I first saw the Queen. She visited Irvine, my hometown, in July 1979 to open the Magnum Leisure Centre. I was one of hundreds lining the streets with my mum, and by luck we ended up close to her car as it passed by. 9-year-old me was absolutely convinced I had caught her eye. That 9-year-old girl could not have imagined, more than 35 years later, being in the front passenger seat of another car, this time with the Queen at the wheel, driving through the Balmoral estate. In recent days, other leaders have shared stories from Balmoral of barbecues cooked by Prince Philip as the Queen laid the table. These are memories I treasure too. Special times in what was clearly their happy place. I did, however, experience one rather tense moment at Balmoral. My husband and I were with the Queen before dinner when the drawing room light started to flicker. To my great alarm, he was, after all, in the presence of Her Majesty, my husband suddenly leapt up and darted across the room. Peter had spotted the cause of the flickering light. One of the Queen's young corgis, a beautiful pup called Sandy, was eating through a lamp switch. Thankfully, tragedy was averted and Sandy emerged unscathed, though not before a stern ticking off from his mistress. Just like all my predecessors as First Minister and all Prime Ministers, I deeply valued the time I spent alone with the Queen. Her words of wisdom, counsel, and humour will stay in my heart for the rest of my life. However, the memory I cherish most is not from Balmoral or from audiences at Holyrood. It is from 2015 when the Queen opened the Borders Railway. I spent the journey from Edinburgh to Tweedbank with just her and Prince Philip, enjoying their recollections of times spent in Scotland. Now that would have been special on any day, that it was also the day the Queen became our longest reigning monarch, allowing me to observe closely how quietly reflective she was about that historic milestone made it so much more so. It was one of the great privileges of my life. What was obvious then, and on every occasion she graced us with her presence, was the Queen's genuine love of Scotland. Indeed, her first official visit was here in Scotland when she opened the Aberdeen Sailors' Home in October 1944. In the decades since, the Queen has been intrinsic to the story of modern Scotland. From the opening of the 40s oil pipeline to the Forth Bridge and later the Queensferry Crossing, the Borders Railway and the hosting of 3 Commonwealth Games, she was present at so many of our iconic moments. She was also a true and steadfast friend of this Parliament. On the day we reconvened in 1999, she allowed the title Queen Elizabeth, Queen of Scots to be used. She also presented us with our treasured mace. Its words, wisdom, justice, compassion, integrity, describe values personified by the Queen throughout her entire life. Even as her health declined, Her Majesty inspired us with an unfaltering dedication to public service. In his address on Friday, the King recalled his mother's words on her 21st birthday. "My whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service." For 75 years, Queen Elizabeth more than fulfilled that vow. She performed her duties with dedication, wisdom, and a profound sense of service. She set an exceptional example to all of us. Our nation is in mourning today for a Queen whose loss we have not yet begun to come to terms with. We are deeply honoured by the presence today of His Majesty, King Charles III, and the Queen Consort. Your Majesty, we stand ready to support you as you continue your own life of service and as you build on the extraordinary legacy of your beloved mother, our Queen. Queen Elizabeth, Queen of Scots, we are grateful for her life. May she now rest in peace.
I now call on Douglas Ross, leader of the Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party.
Your Majesty's Presiding Officer, the news from Balmoral on Thursday evening rocked us to the core. Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II was a constant presence in our lives throughout her 70-year reign. For many of us, it's difficult to imagine our country without her. The Queen seemed as permanent as the stones of Edinburgh Castle, a constant while her country around her changed. When Queen Elizabeth II became monarch, Winston Churchill was Prime Minister, and she was served in that role by 15 political leaders, offering them a wealth of wise counsel from her long experience. From the Queen, who lived through the Great Depression and the Great Recession, the Second World War and the Second Gulf War. The length of the Queen's reign meant that she was an anchor to our history, ensuring that whatever changes to our country and how we lived our lives, we retained an enduring link to the generations that had come before. She was a living reminder of the sacrifices made to build the country and the world that we live in today. What other leader could have reassured the nation in the darkest days of the COVID pandemic by drawing on their own memories of children being separated from families during the Blitz? Time and time again, Her Majesty gave us certainty, stability, joy and happiness when we needed it most. That's why the scenes that we saw on the final journey from Balmoral to Holyrood Palace yesterday surprised no one. From the heart of Aberdeenshire to our capital city, young and old came together to pay their respects. Scotland's unique tributes saw tractors and horses interspersed with members of the public who came in their tens of thousands to line the route. Because while monarch of the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth, we know the late Queen held Scotland close to her heart, and we held her to ours. We feel the pain of her loss so strongly with our new King and the entire royal family today. As they grieve on a personal level, we join them in mourning as a nation. In her final speech to this chamber, the late Queen said, "It is often said that it is the people that make a place, and there are few places where this is truer than in Scotland. But I think we can also see that the Queen shaped modern Scotland during her 70-year reign. And we know that the bonds and ties to Scotland, developed and strengthened by the late monarch, will be continued by King Charles III. You, sir, became the first sovereign to accede to the throne while on Scottish soil in over 400 years. You have already served Scotland with great dedication as Duke of Rothesay, Duke of Edinburgh, Earl of Carrick, Baron of Renfrew, Lord of the Isles, and Prince and Great Steward of Scotland. And I know that people across the country will show you the same support and devotion as they did your late mother. Because today we don't just commemorate the reign of our Queen, but also celebrate the life of a woman who many in Scotland knew and loved, who dedicated her life to her country, to duty, and to serving others. On behalf of the Scottish Conservatives, I'm proud to support the motion of condolence today, to thank Queen Elizabeth II for her long, loyal, and dignified service, and to offer our full support and loyalty to our new King. May Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II rest in glorious and eternal peace. And from all of us, sir, God save the King.
I now call on Anna Sarwar, Leader of the Scottish Labour Party.
Your Majesty, I offer my sincerest condolences on the passing of your beloved mother, and my thoughts remain with you, the Queen Consort, your sons, grandchildren, and all the royal family at this time of deep sadness. First and foremost, the Queen was a mother, and I cannot imagine the intense feeling of personal loss you're experiencing while fulfilling your devotion to public service as our King. I hope it gives you and your family much comfort that we are all grieving the passing of someone who was so special, cherished, and loved by us all. Her Majesty was a constant in our lives. Many saw her as family. Many saw their family in her. She reminded me of my own grandmother. Her walk, her demeanour, even the way she held her handbag. But she also touched generations. I returned home on Thursday night to a crying 6-year-old who said he was sad because he will never get to meet the Queen. Queen Elizabeth II was also a constant reminder of the need for kindness and compassion in our society. So often in our politics, both today and throughout history, we focus on what divides us. But from the Blitz to the pandemic, the Queen brought our nation together. She was the great unifier of our country. She brought joy at times of national pride. She brought comfort at times of national tragedy. And she brought light at our nation's darkest moments. We will never forget how Her Majesty the Queen found the words during the pandemic to remind us all that we will meet our loved ones again. Words which are more poignant than ever following the passing of her husband, Prince Philip, your father, who now rests at peace with his beloved Lilibet. We know how much she loved Scotland, and we loved her back. She reminded this Parliament that despite our political disagreements and arguments, all of us here are in service of the Scottish people. And her influence was felt far beyond these shores, with the people of the Commonwealth and other nations united in grief at this time. Our world changed beyond recognition during her reign, but her dedication to duty, her integrity, her warmth, and her service to others never wavered. In fact, politicians here and right around the world will look on enviously. In 70 years of service as our head of state, she always seemed to say the right thing, do the right thing, and at the right time. And I am confident that as we enter a new era, we will cherish your Majesty's leadership and your wisdom, compassion, integrity, and justice. Timeless values passed down to you by your mother, but also gifted to us on our parliamentary mace. We wish you a long and happy reign. God save the King.
I now call on Patrick Harvey, co-leader of the Scottish Green Party.
The experience of loss is universal. It comes into all of our lives.
It's a reminder that the reality of human life is not rooted in status or in title, but in the connections we make, bonds of love and friendship, of family and of service to one another. People of all views can respect this, whatever else we may disagree about. So in this moment, as we mark the death of the Queen, I offer my party's sincere condolences to her son, to all of his family, and to all those whose lives she touched. For many people, a monarch stands as a symbol of the country. If this is true, then this is a moment more than one of personal loss for those we stand with in their grief. It's also a time to reflect on the change the Queen witnessed during such a long reign. When Princess Elizabeth of York became Queen Elizabeth II, the UK was still early in its recovery from a brutal world war and had begun laying the foundations of something extraordinary: a welfare state and a national health service to tackle the giant evils of the age. Nearly 3 decades of declining inequality followed. At the last coronation, the oath still referred to other countries as the possessions of an empire, and here at home, human rights and equality were distant ideas, with racist discrimination remaining legal and people treated as criminals and outcasts because of their sexuality. Now we can look back and celebrate extraordinary progressive change, even as we must continue to defend what has been achieved. There are those for whom the long reign of Elizabeth II, and indeed the institution of monarchy, represent continuity, stability, permanence. But in truth, the tide of progress cannot be halted. It feels slow as we live it day by day, but in time it is dramatic. So, Presiding Officer, as Charles III begins his reign, let us hope, indeed redouble our determination, that he will have the opportunity to witness change just as transformational and more. It is still needed.
I now call on Alex Cole-Hamilton, Leader of the Scottish Liberal Democrats.
Presiding Officer, Your Majesties, we do not choose the life to which we are born, and seldom do we shape the events that define our times. We can only hope to move through life with humility and close regard for those around us, to conduct ourselves in the time that we are given with compassion, with kindness and with grace. The life of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II was a towering example of all of those qualities manifest in a single human being. She always kept a special place for Scotland in her heart, as she in turn found ample room in ours. Her passing leaves a profound absence across our family of nations, and these islands are united in our grief. Her Majesty came of age in the crucible of war, a period of gravest danger for our country. It fostered in her a deep commitment to reconciliation, to peace, and a common understanding among nations, so evident in her commitment to the Commonwealth. It's why she told the listening world from Cape Town on the occasion of that 21st birthday broadcast that while she was 6,000 miles away from the country of her birth, she was never far from home. And hence the grief that we feel today is shared across the world. From the Blitz to the pandemic, through times of tempest and times of calm, sustained as always by the Duke of Edinburgh, her beloved strength and stay. She was the embodiment of constancy and forbearance in the face of remarkable change. She sat with presidents and hospital patients, key workers and veterans. She leapt from helicopters and dined with bears. She earned the widespread affection that has been so visible in these days of mourning. In one Christmas broadcast, Her Majesty said, "Not all of us can do great things, but we can all do small things with great love." Presiding Officer, Your Majesties, the measure of her example inspired so many of us to fulfill the promise of those words. On behalf of the Scottish Liberal Democrats, I express our deepest condolences to His Majesty the King, to the royal family, and affirm our allegiance to both. God save the King.
And I now invite His Majesty the King to respond to the motion of condolence.
Presiding Officer, First Minister,
party leaders and members of the Scottish Parliament. I know that the Scottish Parliament and the people of Scotland share with me a profound sense of grief at the death of my beloved mother. Through all the years of her reign, the Queen, like so many generations of our family before her, found in the hills of this land and in the hearts of its people a haven and a home. My mother felt, as I do, the greatest admiration for the Scottish people, for their magnificent achievements and their indomitable spirit. And it was the greatest comfort for her to know, in turn, the true affection in which she was held. The knowledge of that deep and abiding bond must be to us a solace as we mourn the end of a life of incomparable service. If I might paraphrase the words of the great Robert Burns, my dear mother was the friend of man, the friend of truth, the friend of age, and guide of youth. Few hearts like hers with virtue warmed, few heads with knowledge so informed. While still very young, the Queen pledged herself to serve her country and her people and to maintain the principles of constitutional government. As we now mark with gratitude a promise most faithfully fulfilled, I am determined, with God's help and with yours, to follow that inspiring example. The title of Duke of Rothesay and the other Scottish titles which I've had the honour to carry for so long, I now pass to my elder son, William, who I know will be as proud as I have been to bear the symbols of this ancient kingdom. I take up my new duties with thankfulness for all that Scotland has given me, with resolve to seek always the welfare of our country and its people, and with wholehearted trust in your goodwill and good counsel as we take forward that task together.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Majesty. I now close this meeting of the Parliament.